Hey, good morning, Mick. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You hear us okay?
Yeah, I think you're coming through loud and clear, at least on my end.
Yeah, it's really good here. You're very clear here. Should be good.
Is it coming out of the side? This, is this,
Oh, it's gone.
or that fix that?
So she'd love to be on Southwest.
That's. Well, if it is, pop up and do it, then, yeah, say if. You mean, well, yeah, it was. It's not. Good, like, figures, figures, pop all the way down, it's for sure, terrible. You know, there's this. You're not gonna do it. Jim, everything. Just, that's, and it's real sensitive. Actually.
Money,
Right. You all have to go, let's get lost. Okay, if you want me to do this, no.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Winter Coalition. We'll officially call this meeting to order, and we will turn it over to our Vice President, Mr. Vice President Secretary, Mr. Dwayne Johnson.
And if you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dwayne, and good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Manfred, and I am the 25-26 Executive Board Representative as President this year of the board, and welcome you to today's meeting. I'm joined by our Executive Director of the WIA, Mick Hoffman, and the staff is in the room today. So want to start just by gratitude to everybody that has put in a lot of work and effort today, especially Cindy Atzett, who's organized the materials for us, Sean Bassett, who has taken over the technology, but also a true heartfelt gesture of gratitude to everyone who submitted amendments and really is trying to make a change. So appreciate all of you, appreciate the process, and I look forward to today's work. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mick.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, and I'd like to reiterate on behalf of the WI board and staff, thanks to each of our rep assembly members for your willingness to perform these duties in a very critical process to our membership. It's really important for everybody to understand that your vote is a representation of your league and or your WI district board, which means rep assembly members are not voting their personal opinions or their school or school district's opinion. It is also important that rep assembly members are focused on the benefit of the entire state, nearly 225,000 annual student participants. So it's not just how it impacts your league or your WI district or your own school, it's how it impacts all of those students. So again, a heartfelt thank you in advance for taking on these extra duties with knowing how busy most of your regular duties are on a day-to-day basis. Voting will begin on April 8th, and you have until then to educate yourself and your peers on all 35 of these amendments. So again, on behalf of the staff and the board, really appreciate those of you willing to lead. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next on our agenda is an update from yesterday's executive board meeting. The board met yesterday and had a fairly light agenda. Did take action on a couple of things and then some updates for the membership. First off, we passed the first reading of the 26-27 budget. So tune into WASA Wednesday or read the board minutes to get more information on that. Some editorial changes and violations and penalties. We did pass the 25-26 Hall of Fame class. I'd like to call those people out. We have Sue Daring, Tom Moore, Kellen Moore, Alyssa Brooks Johnson, Bruce Campbell, Cindy Atzett, Harlan Credit, and Bob Rose. Look forward to hearing more information on celebrating those people who've contributed to our the state's success. We do have some executive board terms that will expire in 2025. District 1 and District 3 positions will expire, and those people will be put forward by their districts and elected by rep assembly during our process today. We also have openings at the region level, region A2, E1, and C1. And region members are selected in order to provide representation to historically marginalized groups on the executive board. Submission of the region members, our nomination forms are due April 30th, and the board will select the 3 regional reps during their June 8th meeting. The other topic of the board meetings this weekend was the mid-cycle review of classifications. 21 total schools submitted appeals. 11 were renewals. The other 10 were new. Of those new ones, 3 were approved by the district directors and also by the board. 4 were individually approved by the board and 3 were denied. The other bit of information was that we covered with some editorial changes to the handbook and some clarifications on titles for the executive committee. For more detailed information on the time we spent yesterday, tune into WASA Wednesday. And with that, I will turn it over back to Mick for the state of the state report.
Thank you. Now, we are incredibly fortunate to work in this profession of education-based athletics and activities. We get to work with competitive people, and we get to work with people who like to protect and work with others, especially kids. And the amendment process is our membership's opportunity to solve challenges and create additional opportunities. It really requires thoughtful consideration and compromise. So this is our membership's opportunity to focus on our student participants and vote on what benefits them the most and protects their opportunity to play in the future. 35 proposed amendments are quite a few, but what it clearly shows is the membership's commitment to help lead this work. There's over 25 of those come directly from member schools. Without education-based athletics and activities in our schools, we will have tens of thousands of students lose the opportunity that so many of you utilize to find success as adults. We are seeing increased participation and attendance at events across the state. So we know our students and communities value this opportunity, and we really thank all of you for your efforts to preserve and through this process enhance that experience for all. Lonnie. Want to introduce Joel?
Yep, no, I can do it. I'd like to welcome today to our Winter Coalition gathering, the person named Joel Ani. He'll be our parliamentarian and will walk us through the instructions and procedures that we will be using today. So Joel, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Joel Ani, and I've been asked to serve as the parliamentarian for today's meeting. My role is to assist with the process of the meeting and not get into interpretation of policy. The assembly has adopted procedures, and so my role is to assist the chair if or as needed in applying those procedures. As you can see on the slide, there's a bit of an outline in terms of amendment presentation and discussion. I can let you can read that on your own. I don't need to read that to you necessarily this morning. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Paul.
Thank you, Joel. And we will continue on for amendment presentations and discussion. So with that, I turn it over to the Vice President and Secretary of the Board, Mr. Dwayne Johnson.
Thank you, Paul. The talking points from today's meeting and feedback provided by the affiliated groups will be shared with the delegates prior to the voting period. Each amendment will be presented to the whole group following the motion, second to bring it to the floor. Let me repeat that. The whole group following the motion and the second to bring it to the floor. Each presenter will have 2 minutes to summarize their amendment. Initial questions will be answered at that time. Please type your question in the chat and wait until you are called upon to unmute and ask your question. Attendees will be assigned to one of 10 breakout rooms as indicated on the roll call sheet. The intent of the breakout room is to determine if modifications are needed to the amendment or if additional rationale would be helpful. 30 minutes has been allotted for the discussion in that breakout room. Each group will have an assigned moderator, a note taker. The moderator will ensure that everyone in the breakout room has the opportunity to share their opinion. The note taker will type new comments, questions, or concerns in the talking points document, which will be shared with all attendees following the meeting. Questions will be answered in the main room, but further debate will not be allowed. Voting on proposed modifications, Sean.
Good morning, everyone. In the Zoom chat, you'll see a pinned message for the modification voting sheet. This is just for the 53 voting delegates. I encourage delegates to open this document now and keep it open for the remainder of the meeting, just so you have it accessible. On the left side, all delegates are listed by district, and the columns on the right are for each proposed modification. Column E will represent our first proposed modification, column F will represent our second, and so on. When it's time to vote on proposed modification, we'll put the amendment number up top of the corresponding column to vote on. To support a proposed modification, simply check the checkbox on the same row as your name. To oppose a modification, leave the box unchecked. Once again, the modification voting sheet is in the Zoom chat, and it's only for the 53 voting delegates. If you see somebody just want to vote, or if you have any questions, please let us know.
All right. Yep.
Okay, looking at the amendments in 2026, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Amendment number 1. By rule 3.6.0, presenter Scott Chamberlain, executive board. Member school fees will increase in 2027-28 by 10%. Mr. Chamberlain,
No, wait, you have to have a motion to bring it to the floor.
do we have a motion to bring this to the floor? By name, please.
In the chat, it's enough.
Let's up it in the check.
Please type your name in the chat for a motion. Motion. We have a motion by Alec and a second by Ryan. We are now live on the floor.
All right, good morning. Go Seahawks. I'm glad I can still speak, everybody. What an exciting evening. So, hey, this morning, thanks for your time. I'll keep this rather brief. I think, we've already done this one time, and so this is just to get some clarifications, but a 10% increase to our membership fees. Membership fees is about $900,000 a year of the association's budget, which is right around 14% of our budget. This increase is looking to help balance our budget every year when we go through our 3 readings of our budget, come to a balanced budget at the end of the year. For the next upcoming year, we use our reserves as a balancer because we do not have the revenue to cover that budget. And so this would be one place where we can increase by about $90,000 to help with that around $300,000 reserve budget balancer. And that would be all I would share with this one. Any questions or what's next? I'm sorry.
Question, no questions, ask if they have any question.
Do we have any questions? Please type them in the chat.
Seeing no questions.
Then we were going to move on to middle school level, high school level number 2, 3.6.0, beginning with the 2028-29 member fees would increase by 5% in any year following the auditor's review established by back-to-back years of a negative net income. We need a motion and a second to bring that to the floor.
Yeah.
We have a motion by John Applegate,
And
right?
Mark above them.
Motion by
Mark DeYoung motioned and then John seconded, I believe.
So we're good. Mr. Scott Chamberlain, Executive Board, you have the floor.
Okay, once again, this is right around membership fees one more time. If you remember back a few years ago, before going to the fee schedule that we had a 5-10-year plan as a finance committee of membership fee increases through those years, as well as ticket price increases. And I'm sure there were a couple other things, but those are the 2 main things that I remember on that chart. This is just to kind of get us back into that thought process of as we balance our budget and our budget, our actual expenditures and revenues come through in the year. If our fiscal year is in a negative, for 2 years in a row, then we would instigate a 5% increase the following year. And so that would be taking this year's actuals and then next year's actuals. Gives us some time to plan. So if this year we know that our finances are in the negative, then we would know that there's a possibility in 28, 29 that we would have a 5% increase. And with that, we could make some planning. So this was a chance to give schools some time for planning for budgeting purposes. Any questions?
Justin, do you?
You have questions, type them in the chat, please.
Joel, do you see the question from Tim Burke? Can you?
I do see it. The question is, do we have to approve the motion before we proceed? Well, the basic is you've got a motion and a second to get it on the floor for, that opens it up for discussion, or in your case, submitting questions through the chat.
Since we're not voting, they're okay in this, right?
Correct. That'd be my understanding.
Yep, thank you. Okay. Number 3.
Hearing none, we'll go on to the high school number 3, 4.1.3. This would change the county months to determine classifications from January 1 through May 1, and 3 times in October 1. Presenter, Executive Board Member Paul Manfred.
Thanks, Dwayne.
We have a motion and a second to get it on the floor.
You have a motion from Tom Royce. And a second from Kyle Dodge.
We are open for the floor.
Thank you now, Dwayne. Amendment 3, Rule 4.1.3 would change the counting months that we use for classification during the classification cycle. Currently, we count from January 1st through May 1st. So we take the first 5 months of the calendar year, and then we pick up again, counts October and November twice to give us our numbers for the full school year. What it does is that our current model puts a pinch point on the classification cycle on the end, the turnaround from getting those counts in to getting the classification cycle and the appeals heard by the end of January is a challenge for not only the WI staff, but also for leagues and districts and trying to put their schedules together. This amendment would change the counting, would keep the first half of the year exactly the same, but count October 3 times for our late year, fall, winter count. That would allow some additional time to get the counts ready for classification, as well as traditionally the most accurate month of student enrollment is October, as that is the funding month. So it would give us a little bit more of an accurate count of students. So at this point, I will accept any questions on the amendment, high school amendment number 3.
There appear to be no questions.
There are no questions in the chat. With that being said, ready to move on to number 4. High school 4.2.2 would change the way alternative education students are counted for classification purposes. Again, Executive Board Member, Presenter Paul Manfred.
We have a motion from Alan Beer.
Is there a second?
We have a second from Emily Day.
We are ready.
Okay, thank you again. I will be presenting high school amendment 4, adjusting rule 4.2.2, and I'll be filling in for Stephen Carson today. This proposed amendment would change the way that the alternative students are counted for classification purposes. Currently, if a school has a separate OSPI number, the alternative learning students are counted there. And that they can participate at the school of residence. This amendment would change how those students are counted only by the number of students that participate. So when students in an alternative learning program participate through a school, the students that participate in that school program will be counted in for classification purposes. Any questions? Feel free to write them in the chat.
There appear to be no questions.
Thank you, Justin. We'll move forward with high school amendment number 5, 4.2.3. If number 5 passes, 26 would be moot, would eliminate the socioeconomic factor as an automatic deduction in determining the school's classifications. Again, Executive Board Presenter Paul Manfred. Do we have a motion and a second?
We have a motion from Kevin Owen. We have a second by Lindsay Elliott.
It is on the floor.
Thank you, everyone. And high school amendment 5 would eliminate the socioeconomic factor as an automatic deduction. I think the key is an automatic deduction. This amendment does not eliminate socioeconomics as a factor in appeals. It's rather a major factor in appeals. What it does is it eliminates the automatic deduction and puts all schools through a similar process for appeals. It is still a major factor. The appeal process over the last 6 years has become pretty fine-tuned. The application, the rubric that the district directors and the board use to grant any appeals is really accurate and really consistent. And what this would do is it would put every school through the same process, put eyes on every appeal that is granted down. Additionally, the note to eliminate amendment number 26, there is ambiguity in our handbook based on enrollment numbers. Currently, we have 2 enrollment numbers, adjusted versus actual, which causes a ripple effect of some confusion in our handbook down the road. So this would give all schools 1 enrollment number that is an actual enrollment number, and the classifications would be based on the same appeal process for every school. Questions in the chat?
A question from Ryan Helms. If a school has been in a lower classification for the past 6 years and will be for 2 additional years, what info would be needed to appeal?
Ryan, I would say the same information that he was granted in the original appeal would be submitted for the upcoming appeal. So again, the standards that grant an appeal are not changing. What this does is it removes the automatic deduction. So it does not eliminate, and I want to emphasize, it does not eliminate socioeconomics as a factor. So what that means is that they would submit a packet for appeal. Just would not happen as an automatic. I think if that's what I understand you're asking, Ryan.
Sure, what the socioeconomic numbers are and how they've done with that classification.
Yes, so what you would do is you would just put your, show the socioeconomic numbers, socioeconomic factors in the appeal packet.
And so how they do that.
As well as data that backs up how we did at that level. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't understand your question at first.
There appear to be no other questions.
Thank you. High school number 6, amendment 4.2.6. Private schools with an enrollment of 90 or more would be required to opt up in the next classification. This is going to be presented by Brian Michelson, Athletic Director at Meridian High School. We need a motion and a second.
We have a motion by Matt Cook. And a second by Kevin Owen.
Thank you. Brian, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you all for making time this morning to be here and to listen to all of the amendments. I want to present the amendment that the Northwest Conference schools would like to put forward regarding private schools. So in short, basically what we're proposing is to establish an equitable adjustment for private schools in the WI classifications based on their disproportionate success in a state championship relative to their enrollment size. and representation with each classification. So the proposal requires all private schools with 90 or more students to move up one classification above where their enrollment would normally place them. This would not impact private schools that are currently at the 2A, 3A, and 4A levels, since those schools already opt up one classification voluntarily, and the intent is to address competitive imbalance while maintaining stability in the number of schools within each classification. The amendment would take effect in the next classification cycle, and then private schools would also have the ability to appeal to move down one classification in football only, using the same appeal process currently in place for opting down in football. So with this, the change, the movement would be 1B schools, 2B. If it was the current setup, there would be 6 schools that would move from 1B to 2B. There would be 9 schools that would move from 2B to 1A, and there'd be 11 schools that would move from 1A to 2A. There would be no movement from 2A to 3A or 3A to 4A. Some supporting data just to kind of give you an idea of where the imbalance is most pronounced. So at the 1A and 2B level is where you see the most discrepancy. So in the 2024-2025 school year, there were 13 possible state championships that a majority of public and private schools participate in. That excluded bowling, fast pitch softball, gymnastics, slow pitch softball, swim and dive, tennis, and wrestling. 10 of those were won by private schools, which is 76.9%, and only 3 were won by public schools, which is 23.1%. Private schools at the 1A level represent only 32.7%, 18 to 55, yet they won 76.9% of the championships. And that disproportionality success extends beyond 1 year. So since 2018, 13 private school state titles have been won at the 1B level, which is 30%, 43% at the 2B level, 51% at the 1A level, only 16.7% at the 2A level, although it is important to note that there is only one private school that exists at the 2A level, and that is Archbishop Murphy, 14% at the 3A level, and 11% at the 4A level. So this demonstrates that particularly in the 1A and 2B, private schools are winning state championships at a rate that far exceeds their proportional representation. Given that private schools make up a minority of the schools in each classification, but a majority or near majority of state titles in some cases, an adjustment is needed to protect competitive equity for all WIA member schools. This adjustment would not punish success, but would account for structural advantages that enrollment-only classifications fails to consider. With the research that we've done, the financial impacts, there would be no additional cost with this proposal. There are some cons. The cons are that some schools may be required to change conferences if their current conference is not a multi-classification league. And this could alter travel distances for league play, though through initial reviews that suggest that would be very minimal.
Thank you for that information, Brian. We have a proposed modification that we'd like to hear and bring to the floor. Cindy.
There's a question, Jim. Do we want to?
The proposed modification, if you have that, look at the amendments, would eliminate that, what was originally proposed as 4.2.6.2 that says to maintain balance, that some public schools would be shifted. That has been proposed to be eliminated from this amendment.
Yes, that is correct. I apologize.
We do have a question in the chat. Brian, why did you exclude so many other sports to get your percentage?
So, sorry if I may, I excluded some of those other sports because they're either, especially at the small school level, predominantly either private or predominantly public, and I did not want to skew the results one way or the other. So I found the sports that are most public and private schools participate in, so it gave us like an even number. So it didn't push private schools are winning all these state titles because they have more kids who play tennis at, the 1A, 2B, and 1B level.
An additional question, Brent, any consideration of setting the criteria for opting up to a percentage of each classification's match range? The way it is presented, a private school with an enrollment in the low 100s would need to opt up to 1A with schools up to 429.
I hadn't put any consideration into it. I would definitely, I want to make sure, and the Northwest Conference schools want to make sure that this is not a punitive thing. We want to make sure that we're just finding a way to make the balance more equal. So we're definitely open to looking at ways to make this work. We used 90 as a number because we looked at what the Arkansas Association uses, and they used 89. And when doing some research into that, it's because they didn't want to bump people, schools with a really small student population up into a range where they would be non-competitive, but they felt that at 89 on, it was minimal. The competition seemed to be about the same.
Seeing no other questions.
With that being said, we have amendments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 have been presented to the organization here. We are going to break out to our rooms in 30 minutes. They'll bring us back at 9:05. We're off our time schedule slightly, but we will bring us back at 9:05 after our meetings. So inside of these meetings, you're going to go into your breakout rooms indicated by the rule sheet. If you have any questions, please communicate with us and where you're supposed to go. We are assigning you at this time. During this session, the intent of the breakout room is determine modifications that are needed to the amendment or if additional rationale would be helpful. Each group has a moderator and a note taker. Let's open all rooms.
One more question.
All right, you should be able to join your breakout room now. There is the PDF breakout room assignments in the chat. To join your breakout room, you should just go to the breakout room in the bottom of your screen and then select the room you've been assigned. It is not assigned by district. There are 10 breakout rooms, so just find your name and yeah.
And if you do finish early, yes, you can come back to the main room.
And we'll answer Britt's question. You can answer that.
Britt, we'll get to your question when we come back, just because some people have probably already left.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ryan, are you here in this room?
Angie, you're not in the breakout, you're in the main room still.
Shoot, okay.
Good to see you.
Let me know if you have any.
So what button do I hit to get to the breakout room?
We'll place you, Tim.
Hey, Mick, this is Lauren McDaniel. Can you place me too?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Mick or Sean, I'm on my phone. Can you push me wherever you guys have me? This is Todd.
Yes.
Thanks.
you can push Mark DeYoung where he needs to go, that would be greatly appreciated as well. Thank you.
Yeah. You got it.
Can you put Kayla Kearns in her room too? Thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Todd and Russ, I think we assigned you guys to the room. I think you have to acknowledge it and say that you want to join that room now. You should see a button on your screens.
Yeah, not sure. I'm on my phone, so it doesn't give me many options.
You might have to go down to the bottom, Todd, like where the bar is, and it may have an alert down there. I don't know what it looks like from the phone setting, so. I can't force you in there.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. These questions will be answered in the main room, but further debate will not be allowed. Voting on any proposed modification will take place in the main room, and I believe we have one proposed modification that is on high school number 6. And just to put that in the back of your mind right now, because of number 1, the middle school, high school presentation for 3.6.0. Do we have any modifications on that from the group?
6. Oh, modifications.
Hearing none in the chat. Seeing no messages in the chat. Then we'll move on to amendment number 2. Any modifications that are proposed? Type it in the chat. Hearing none, seeing none. Amendment number 3. 4.1.3. Seeing none in the chat. We'll go on to number 4, 4.2.2. High school amendment. Seeing nothing on the proposed modifications, we'll move on to number 5. Seeing no questions in the chat, we're going to move on to number 6, and we do have a question from Britt. Have you looked at the data regarding the number of private schools during the below average in their classification, and how would it impact them?
So Britt, reading your question, the number of private schools doing below average in the classification, how would this impact them? I haven't looked exactly at the private schools at the low end to see how it would impact them moving up, just looking at the private schools in general and in each classification having a higher success rate overall than the public schools in that classification. So I planned on, our group talked a lot about what that would look like if maybe we altered some things and looked at like a percentage, maybe private schools only at a certain percentage of each classification would be required to move up. I'm going to take a look at success rates from the schools all over the place, from the lower end to the higher end, to just kind of see if it's equal, and then potentially make a modification based on that.
Thank you, Brian. Looks like we have another question in the chat for you. Due to enrollment numbers, if the school is going to be 1B to 2B already, would they be required to go up to 1A by rule?
So meaning that at the next classification cycle, they were going to be a 2B school now, and then would they be pushed to be a 1A school? Yeah, if their enrollment put them at a 2B, then this amendment would push them then to be a 1A. If you're asking if they're opting from being a 1B school to a 2B school, then no, they would not be pushed to be a 1A school. If you're already opting up, I believe Bear Creek is a good example. Bear Creek opts from being a 2B school to being a 1A school. They would not then be pushed to be a 2A school because they've already made the adjustment themselves voluntarily.
And then we have that proposed modification to item number 6. Oh, we got another question from group on amendment 2.
Kayla, go ahead and unmute yourself to ask your question.
Sorry, I pressed enter too early. I didn't put in our question. It moved by too fast. I'm sorry for number 2. Our group had a question if amendment number 1 passes, and then so it increases by 10%. So then if we have back-to-back negative net income, would we have an increase of 5% as well? So would it be either 1 and 2, or both the 10 and 5%.
Scott, do you want to answer that or do you want me to answer it for you?
I would let you, because I think it's specific to the first year, but I'm not 100%. You might have a better feel on that one.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So what the finance committee's goal was the 10% would go into effect next year. The 5% would require back-to-back years of negative net income, which we haven't had for, I think, 5 or 6 years. And so at the earliest, it would have to be this fiscal year and next fiscal year. The way the amendment's written, it doesn't go into that 5% doesn't go into effect for another year. So it essentially, that's why I believe the date says 28, 29 would be the soonest it would go in. But if either this year or next year would be positive net income or neutral, then the clock starts over. So the intent of number 2 is for sustainability. If we start seeing a deficit budget like we had 10 years ago, just to try to address that in the short term so schools could plan. So does that answer your question, Caleb?
I think so. Sorry to jump out of order.
No, it's fine. So appreciate the questions.
Okay, we're gonna roll back to high school number 6 and a proposal for a modification.
Okay, for this amendment, we do need to have a motion and a second to accept the proposed modification. Once we get that, then all high school delegates will vote in that modification voting sheet. Again, this is high school only, so only the 35 high school delegates would vote on this one, but we need a motion and a second first.
Don't we need to hear the proposed modification before we?
You already have it in writing. If you have it in front of you, it is deleting the second portion of that amendment. So it would simply say private schools with an enrollment of 90 or more would have to opt out. It deletes the section regarding balancing the classifications.
We have a motion to amend number 6 from Chris Ferentz. We have a second from Alan Premier.
There still seems to be some confusion as to where that modification is located for people to see. People are not seeing the change.
It's in the full text of the amendments that you were sent, and it's any proposed modifications are highlighted in yellow. That was with all the documents that Sean sent along with the registration information.
Sean has just resent the amendment full text in the chat, so everybody has access now.
Thank you.
So Sean, can you show us that sheet or?
Let's see how
Well, we currently use 8.
Can I ask a question about this modification in text? Because so I'm looking at the proposed amendments with the yellow highlighting, and I'm not seeing a difference between the original and the highlighted. Is the original? I don't see where that modification is.
The only part that's highlighted is what will go forward. If you look at what was originally proposed, there was a 4.2.6.1 and a 4.2.6.2. The proposed modification has only 4.2.6.1.
Got it. So removing the second part of the original. Thank you.
Correct. Correct.
We are seeing no other information in the chat, so I am going to call for the question.
For the
For the modification of 4.2.6.1, effective 2028 through 32's classification cycle. Please submit your vote in the chat if you are a high school representative.
Six, okay. Do you remember your name?
We have another 60 minutes to complete.
60 seconds.
You have 60 seconds to complete your vote.
We have all 35 delegates had the opportunity to vote. Uh, 26-9 vote now.
Thank you, Sean. We're going to scroll back up on the chat and look for question number 3.
So this question regarding amendment number 3 from Jenny. So if we are currently counting 8 months, October to May, we need 8 months to make the count accurate, or is 6 months enough? Suggestions would be 8 months, October once, January, February, March, April twice, and May, or 6 month, October, January, February, March, April, and May.
Jenny, this is Andy Barnes from the staff. To answer that question, with this proposed amendment, this would now set which months are counted for classification purposes. So with any new rule change, unless specified in the amendment, it does not have to mirror or match what is currently done. But if approved, these would be the new counting months. Does that answer your question?
That's from the committee.
That was, again, that amendment was proposed through the classification committee, via the executive board.
And we will now go to, back to amendment number 4. Question from Scott Chamberlain, ALE student count in October, would that be participating ALE students from the previous year? Or a snapshot of the current year of that October, meaning a winter or spring athlete may not be counted?
Scott, again, this is Andy. Based on my understanding of how this amendment is written, is that each one of the counting months, we would also need to get from this membership those ALE students that aren't participating. So for whatever months we are counting, we would need that information from the membership. Does that answer that question? Thumbs up. I see it.
Okay.
All right, thank you for that input. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Those notes, as a friendly reminder, we've got to get those notes from that session to Wendy, not Wendy, to Cindy. For any updates. We're looking forward right now to moving forward to amendment number 7. That's a middle school, high school level. 7.1.0, amendments must meet state law by the Winter Coalition. Winter votes could be taken if the amendment does not meet state law on that date. Our presenter is Mr. Ed Call, Athletic Director from Kingston High School. We need a motion and a second to get it on the floor.
We have a motion from Mark Young. We have a second from Alvin Merritt.
Thank you. Ed Call, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you all. Last year we had two, the two amendments that came forward that if they would have passed, would have put us in illegal status according to the revised Code of Washington and Washington administrative codes. So this amendment basically makes us not a lobbying agency, but an agency that follows the rules of the state of Washington. So if we get an amendment and it is currently illegal according to the laws of our state, it would not come forward for assembly vote. It would be potentially advisory vote just to use as guidance for the WIA Executive Committee.
We have a question in the chat. Robert's Rules of Order 1026 addresses this already. You cannot make a motion that conflicts with federal, state, and local laws. Rules seem redundant.
I would agree that it seemed redundant, but it seemed redundant to me last year as well when 2 of them hit the ballot. So my amendment recommendation when I submitted it and got approval from all of the athletic directors in the Olympic League is that we would not have to vote on something that could, in fact, be illegal. I would be very happy to not have to vote on this to make sure that we don't have to vote on something illegal if we wouldn't see it come onto the ballot. I hope that makes sense.
I think that's the parliamentarian's job, is to make sure that you don't violate Robert's Rules of Order. Would you agree, Joel?
I would, in terms of the comment in the chat points out Robert's Rules of Order addresses this already. And yeah, the answer would be yes.
For Sam's question, please put your questions so we can maintain order to address everybody's thoughtfully in the chat. To answer Sam's question, we have a legal team that reviews this out of house attorney firm. And this was their recommendation was if it is a WI rule, then we are not reliant on Robert's rules for this specific one. That it would actually be a rule of the association in case something would ever change with Robert's rules. So, or an interpretation would come in that would not allow that to happen, that we would be following the WI rule. So that's part of the reasoning for it as well, coming from that legal team.
Any other questions regarding the amendment?
Hearing none, seeing none, we're going to move on to middle school High school number 8, 7.7.0 would limit the executive board's authority to assess penalties and sanctions. The presenter is Mr. Jim Fry, Superintendent, College Place Public Schools. We need a motion and a second to get it on the floor.
We have a motion from Alan Vermeer. We have a second from Kevin Owen.
Yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Really, this amendment grew out of two really big reactions across the state. First, many principals, athletic directors, and superintendents and boards were genuinely concerned about the fines and fees themselves, the scope, the financial impact on schools, the lack of clarity around enforcement. But the second concern, and the reason this quickly became a statewide issue, was how those fines and fees were rolled out. Unlike so many things that come through the WIA, this didn't feel like it was done with us, but that it was done to us. And that matters in a member-driven organization where process is how we build trust and it's maintained. As it turns out, the concern was well-founded. Under Article 7.00, any change to the Constitution, rules, or regulations must be submitted as an amendment approved by the Representative Assembly. And Rule 7.10 defines an amendment as any proposed change to rules and regs, and Rule 7.5 requires Assembly approval. The fines and fees were implemented as a policy and never went to the Representative Assembly for approval. The realization caused many of us to pause and reflect on that, not just on the decision, but whether or not there may be other instances where this has taken place and where guidance has drifted into rulemaking without the members' involvement. So I'm not saying that that's happened, but it is a reasonable question to ask. So many superintendents saw this as the canary in the coal mine. And if fines and fees can be implemented in this way, then other significant areas could be as well. That's why this issue moves so quickly, with over 20% of public schools signing on in support of this, not only because of the fines and fees, but because of what the process signaled. So fines and fees triggered this amendment, and they need to be walked back through this proper approval. And this amendment also ensures that every single similar decision goes through the required process, and that will make sure that WIA continues to be transparent and build the trust and value the voice of every one of its member schools.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Fry. Are there any questions in the chat?
Not appear to be any questions. Oh, scratch that. There is a question. What gets stricken from the handbook if passed?
Actually, nothing. It's the application of the handbook. There was a proposed change in the mission that may have to be, but as far as the Constitution itself, I don't see any change.
Any other questions in the chat? Hearing none, seeing none, we're going to move on to number 9, the middle level, high school level, 8.12.9. Fact finder is appointed. School will be responsible for all costs, including legal fees, if additional violations are found. Presenter Russ Waterman, Executive Board. I need a motion and a second to get that on the floor.
We have a motion for number 9 from Brett Fancher and a second from Jeff Jameson.
Thank you. Mr. Waterman, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. This amendment will deal with fact finders if allegations are brought to the executive board of violations by schools. Then we appoint a fact finder. If additional violations are found to be true, that the violating school would be responsible for all costs and legal fees. If they were not to be paying those fines and fees, that school could be placed on postseason probation or probationary status. The genesis for this is so we're not expending WIA funds to pay for those fact finders to look at those allegations, and it helps to promote participation and cooperation of schools that may have a situation where that fact finder is being assigned to see if there's a violation that has occurred.
Are there any questions in the chat?
There is a question from Warren McDaniel. Russ, who makes the determination to sign as the investigator, depending on who is selected, that cost could be very different.
Yeah, essentially, if the board requests an independent investigator, they would make the selection of who that is.
Is there a price limit?
There's not one attached to this amendment currently, just based on the variety of situations it could be applied to.
Any other questions regarding amendment number 9? All right, and so we have no more, we'll go back to previous amendment. Jim, if you can hear us, I see you're on the phone, but would you be able to share what the proposed 7.7.3 intends?
Justin, I think Jim is on the phone.
Yeah, he's ready.
I'm sorry, are you looking for me?
Yes. So we did have, there was a question that came in right as we were transitioning to the next amendment. So can you share what the proposed 7.7.3 intends?
So, I'm sorry, say that part again.
Can you share what the proposed 7.7.3 intends?
It intends to walk back the overreach on this amendment, and that we would follow a process for putting those fines and fees forward for a vote.
I thank you. Looking at Ed Hall's question.
Yes, and if the amendment were passed, that would be stricken from the handbook, yes. Are there any other questions regarding amendment number 8?
Right, hearing none, seeing none, we're gonna move on to high school.
Hold on, so the language in 7.7.3 then means that over 38 items would then need to be removed from the handbook. That's the comment in the chat.
And that is amendment number 8. Any other comments on amendment number 8? Any other comments on amendment number 9? Then moving forward with amendment number 10, 11.1.0. Communication, arts, and leadership eligibility requirements would be the same as for athletes. Presenter Kathy Schick. Executive Board, we need a motion and a second to get it on the floor.
We have a motion from Joe Frazier. And a second from Malcolm Muir.
Kathy, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. This proposed change would require all students that represent the school in a competition would meet the same requirements as the athletes. So all of the WIA requirements is listed in Article 18. The idea being is that the forensic, music, theater, drama students, all of those students that participate in competitions would be required to have the same eligibility requirements as your athletes.
We have any questions for Kathy on amendment number 10?
currently done and does the physical would be required as well.
Yeah, we have an additional question from Matt Cook. This was physical exams for FBLA members. Matt, that is not a activity under the umbrella of the association, so FBLA would not come under that guidance.
Any other questions on amendment number 10? And moving forward with amendment number 11 at the high school level, 11.2.2, cheer and dance and drill participants shall meet the same eligibility requirements as for the athletes, including transfer. Kathy, Executive Board. Motion and a second, please, to get it on the floor.
We have a motion by Alan Greer and a second by Kyle Clutch.
Kathy, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
So similarity to amendment number 10, number 11 would include the activities of dance, drill, and cheerleading with the same eligibility requirements of the athletes in Article 18. So same as 10, only 11 addresses specifically dance, drill, and cheer. And these are your competitive teams that compete in WIA events.
This is Cindy. I just need to clarify that a little bit, Kathy, because currently all cheer and dance participants, whether they compete or not, are required to meet all eligibility rules in Article 18 except for transfer. This amendment would simply bring transfer into what they are already required to meet.
Thanks, Cindy, for the clarification.
Are there any questions for amendment number 11? Please type it in the chat. Seeing none, hearing none, we are going to.
Wait, there was something from Brian Streleski for number 10, actually.
From Brian, would this be better to amend this to be an academic standards?
Right now, cheer and dance drill participants are required to meet all of the conditions of eligibility in Article 18 except transfer.
I'm talking about number 10 for when it talks about forensics, music, theater, drama programs. Would it be better to move that to the academic standards? I'm assuming that's part of what it is. Asking the forensics team to have a physical seems, which is debate, seems interesting.
Right now, the amendment would bring them into meeting all the conditions of Article 18. If that's a proposed modification that your group would like to submit, you can do that when you come back after the breakout.
There's, excuse me, there was an additional question from Emily B. Can there be a difference between sideline and competitive competition cheer for transfers?
Yeah, that was a question that our league had was in the heart of this amendment for the transfer being added. Is there a difference in your mind between competition and sideline?
Right now, the only way we recognize the difference is that you have to list competitive cheer if you qualify for state, so we can pull your past game roster for the state event. But other than that, we consider cheerleading to be cheerleading, whether you compete or not. Competition is just one aspect of cheerleading as an activity program.
Okay.
But you could propose a modification if you believe it should be separated out.
In regards to number 10, would that also include the transfer range?
Yes.
We have said yes, Tom, to that. And Call has a question. The cheerleader transfers to another school is fully eligible for sideline cheer in the fall. They'd then be 60% eligible the competition season unless they have an approved hardship waiver. And the answer to that would be yes, they would be treated as a transfer.
Let's get another question.
And if there was no differentiation with transfer cheer, student athlete be 60% eligible for fall sideline, and then again 60% for competition winner. They would be 60% eligible for all of the participation that they had in each sports season. So yes.
I don't understand that question.
Yeah, let's ask them.
Brian, can you clarify that? Because if you're offering cheer, you're offering cheer. As
Yeah.
Cindy pointed out, we don't differentiate between sideline and competitive. We only do the competitive component for the final forms aspect of pulling pass gates.
Competitive cheer and an activity of cheer are completely different because competitive cheer means that you have a season of the winter. Activity means they are year round. It's very that in my mind, that's very different. If I have an activity and you're telling me to select it as a competitive cheer for the winter to go to state, if I do that, that creates a violation for us because we're not competitive cheer, we're an activity, even though we're going to state. Because we practice year round, because we're an activity.
Brian, I will say every cheerleading program in the state is an activity and they may offer competition as one component of that. Currently, the out-of-season rules do not apply to cheerleading. In fact, in the article itself, it says schools can determine beginning and ending season dates for cheerleading and dance drill. You already have that authority. Most schools have declared that the entire school year is their season for cheerleading and dance drill.
Okay. This jumps into, I mean, this is a whole rabbit hole of Title IX questions and everything. So I think we need to probably have a little bit further conversation. That's not an amendment. So I'll talk about that at another time.
Any other questions for amendment number 11? Seeing no more.
All right, thank you. Amendments 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 have been presented. We're ready to go to breakout room session number 2. We will see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, from breakout session number 2. Do we have any proposed modifications to amendments 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11? If so, please type question in the chat or notify us of that. Hearing none, seeing none, we are gonna move.
Oh, yeah, sure. So we have clarification on number 11. Joe Frazier, could you go ahead and unmute yourself to ask your question?
Yep. Just wondering for sideline cheer. So my cheerleaders are just cheering on the sideline of a game. Is that considered a competition in the terms of transfer eligibility?
Right now, cheerleading is considered cheerleading, whether activity or sideline only, or they also offer competition as a component. So if this amendment passes, the transfer rule would apply to sideline only cheer squads.
Understood. So does cheering at a game count as a competition?
Cheering, representing your school in a competition would need to be included for the 60-40 to be in compliance with the transfer rule.
So if our, in the fall, if our sideline cheerleaders cheered at volleyball, football, and soccer, you would have to add up the total number of those competitions or those games and then figure out what 40% would be based on that.
Correct.
And then you would do it again in the winter with boys and girls basketball and, let's say, wrestling.
Correct.
All right. We have an additional question from Ed Call. Is that for number, or sorry, that is for number 10. Okay. We discussed that we would like sport participation physical to not be required.
The proposed modification.
They would have to submit that as a proposed modification.
So Ed, you're agreeing with me to submit that as a proposed modification.
So, first time caller, long time listener, can someone coach me up on how to do that process? Because I think the financial expense for like debate and forensics, I mean, they're doing things that are very much like classroom work. Having them have to have a sports participation physical seems excessive. That seemed to be consistent in the group that I was in. Is there a form that we fill out for that? If so, I guess I'm happy to fill it out.
So Ed, could you make a motion then and see if we have support for that?
Sure. I would make a motion that in Amendment 10, those activities covered in Amendment 10 would not require a sports physical. Thank you, Jim.
So we have a motion, we have a second, we're going to fire off.
Discussion. We'll call for the question.
For further discussion.
Any further discussion?
I can't see it. Would Amendment 10, if passed, include window transfer? Generally, yes, that's the discussion.
We do need to verify with our parliamentarian that adding the qualifier that sports physicals would not be required still is within the intent of the original amendment. Joel?
I believe it is. Cindy?
Thank you.
Thanks, Joel.
We have a comment by Jim Meyerhoff. Jim, go ahead and mute.
I think a lot of us in our discussion, at least, and in our league discussion and district, we like the intent of what is there. The application, will it add a lot to what athletic directors are doing? And I think that is a concern, is the implementation versus the intent.
Any other comments? We'll call for the question. We're going to call for the vote on question number 10, as presented by Ed Call and seconded.
High school only.
High school only.
Please use column F on the voting sheet.
Well, type that in, Michelle, just make sure.
We are currently voting on the modification voting sheet. Column F.
The modification is passed on number 10. 30-5.
Hearing that, we're going to roll back to some of the other questions in the chat. Ask Justin to.
All right, so the sports physical question has been answered and talked in. So Jeff Lowell, rules 12.2.1 and 12.2.2 define cheer season and provide a definition of competitive season for cheer as an activity.
More a comment than anything else. People were bringing up questions of the definition, so I just put the 2 rule numbers in there so people could reference them.
Jenny, number 10 and 11, only applicable groups participating in state competition, including WIA academic state titles. No, this would apply to all cheerleading. Question from Caleb Kearns, question from the group on number 7. If the advisory vote passes, the state law is modified, does the advisory vote go into effect?
That would be, the board by rule currently has the authority to change the rules to align with state law. So the assumption is that the board would stay consistent with aligning all rules with state law. So if the state law changes, it's highly likely that in fact that would happen. You can hold you once with Jim Meyerhoff's question there.
So the question, is this amendment necessary? Jim, are you referring to the board advisory vote?
The advisory vote?
Or which?
Yes, the advisory vote number, I don't know number. Where's the advisory vote one? Oh, 7. And Ed, I don't know if you want to, even in our group, Ed was in our group and he was like, well, if we don't have to do it, we don't have to do it. But that's why the question is, if it's already this way, because we did change to advisory vote last year before we voted. But I think the original intent was to just not have the amendment on the ballot.
Yeah, the intent of this amendment is to clarify for everybody in the WI handbook, rather than leaving it up to interpretation of other orders or rules, that if a rule is not currently in alignment with state law, then it would be an advisory vote to take the debate out of why is it an advisory vote. So the amendment does not say it did not come forward. It's saying it could be an advisory vote. So it's just clarifying in the WI handbook. So that way, if other sources that we're relying on, such as Robert rules, would change for some reason, it would be a WI rules.
Thank you.
Yep.
One more point of clarification, some of these amendments that have been put forward by the executive board are not necessarily the opinion of the executive board. They are just in response to questions that the staff or the board has received. And so the solution or the hope is to put those questions out to the membership to seek answers.
Okay. I believe that concludes this session with these amendments, unless we have somebody else comment.
Yeah, there's a comment, how would that differentiation be shared with stakeholders, so those amendments that are at odds with RCW and WAC, so that our constituents are not contacting us to lobby?
Well, anybody who was asking the question, we could reference them to or refer them to the handbook where they can see what the rule is in clear and plain language. And we would continue to tell them what the legal team's interpretation is. So whether they're going to still contact you to lobby, we can't control that, but we could definitely help explain to them that that was one of the reasons the board put this forward, was so it would be in our handbook when people are going through looking to lobby for their different topics.
Good. Next, are we good to clear the next session of amendments 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17?
All right. Thank you, right?
Yeah. So we're gonna keep going or do break.
Okay, so high school amendment number 12, 17.5.2, leagues, WIAA districts, WIAA could sponsor an all league WIAA district / state contest within 8 days following the competition of the state championship in that sport. Presenter Tom Bradbury, athletic director, Steilacoom High School. We need a motion and a second to bring this to the floor.
We have a motion from Mark Young and a second from Kyle Dodge.
Thank you. Tom, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you. It's pretty straightforward. This just gives fall and winter sports the same opportunity that spring sports have for an all-star type contest, however the leagues or districts want to structure it. Given that spring sports go right into the free period, they're already doing it. So it just allows for other sports to do it.
Any comments in the chat? Any questions? Hearing none, we're going to move on to high school number 13, 17.5.8 would allow a coach a postseason meeting with each athlete on the team to be held within 1 month following the end of the team's season. Presenter Patrick Brown, athletic director, Steilacoom High School. Do we have a motion and a second to get this on the floor?
We have a motion from Ed Call and a second from Pat Russell.
Thank you, Patrick. You have the floor for 2 minutes.
wants to represent.
So if there's anybody else from District 1 that would like to represent Patrick Brown, please put your name in the chat.
Kevin, go ahead.
Let me pull up Patrick's. 1 second. All right, the 17. All right, proposal good for kids for the athletic programs. So this is essentially supporting all the appropriate documentation is secured within it, and the postseason meeting is something that's currently not allowed with the wording, but we are individual groups are within 1 month of the season. We're making it that it would be a rule that would be allowed. So it's specific to the postseason meetings, and that it essentially is allowing for individual meetings and groups and or group.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions for Kevin?
One of the things we talked about in the Northwest Conference was the boundaries of defining what means out of season, and we talked about that extensively when this was brought up, of how to make sure that we're doing the wording correctly and we keep the value of what we do for postseason in play.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
Seeing no additional questions.
No additional questions. We're going to move on to middle school, high school, number 14, 17.12.3. If a school has only one squad in a sport, the school must declare if the squad may be the varsity team or the sub-varsity team. Presenter Britt Attack, Athletic Director, Northwest School. Do I have a motion and a second to get this on the floor?
Motion from Kevin Jurek, a second from Lindsay Elliott.
Britt, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Britt Attic, Athletic Director at Northwest School in the Emerald Sound Conference in District 2 in Seattle. This amendment is proposing that we allow students who are sub-varsity eligible to participate if on the top level team, if that top level team is deemed a sub-varsity level team. So in the instance of a team playing, say, in volleyball, they're just not strong enough to field a varsity team in a particular year, those sub-varsity eligible students would be able to participate. This would allow those students participate at the level that they should without any adverse impact to the opponent. Helps their team, helps the individual, and frankly helps the opponent to have see the appropriate people, matching people safety wise and everything else. So to me, this is just something that there's no downside to anybody. And so putting this forward.
Are there any questions in the chat?
Do you have a question from Tanner Russell?
Yeah, making sure just to clarify. So if you deem sub-varsity, then there would not be a postseason eligibility, correct?
Correct. No postseason eligibility.
See no other questions.
Then we will move on to high school number 15, 18.4.1.1.
One more downside question. How will this deeming sub-varsity impact other teams in the league that will lose contests?
Yeah, Ed, great question. I think this, leagues need to individually govern whether they allow a team to play a sub-varsity schedule because of that adverse impact on the other schools of losing contests. So I think that's a league by league decision as to how that goes.
Thank you.
Does that mean that they only play? So if you declare sub-varsity, they can only play the sub-varsity team. They can't play the varsity team.
Sorry, who can play only sub-varsity?
So if I declare my team as sub varsity, because I only got one team, then they can only play a JV or C team from another school. They couldn't play the varsity.
I am not 100% sure on that. I don't think there's a restriction on a JV or sub-varsity team playing a varsity team if both schools think that is the appropriate matchup. But it doesn't affect postseason play.
This is Cindy on this one right now. JV teams can play varsity teams from other schools. It's usually a JV team at a small school playing, or a JV team at anyway, they can play a varsity team, but it does not count as a varsity to varsity, typically not a league schedule. So that provision would not change from what is currently allowed.
But they couldn't play a varsity with a sub varsity only athlete.
Correct.
Gonna jump down to Jenny's questions. If you participate, you wouldn't, so if you deem your team as a JV team or a sub varsity team, you would lose that allocation. That is correct. And then a more of a comment from Paul Kosman, can't this amendment be a league decision as well? No need for the amendment, in other words. However, the amendment has been proposed. Any other questions?
The reason I proposed this amendment was I was told that it was not allowed for a sub-varsity eligible student to play on our top team, even though our top team is playing a sub-varsity schedule.
Thank you for the clarity.
I think that the intent with that, Brett, is that that squad was to determine to be your varsity squad, not a sub-varsity squad.
But we explicitly declared it to be a sub-varsity squad, but by WIA rule, in checking with WIA, I was told it is deemed a varsity squad regardless of what level they are playing. Is that incorrect now?
No, that would be correct, because you only have one team that is your varsity team. You may choose to play JV, however, you are the varsity designated team for your school. Since you are the only.
So a sub-varsity eligible only kid would not be allowed to play in contest, and hence the reason for this amendment proposal.
That's correct.
I only see that in the rationale, though. I don't see it in the whole verbiage.
That is because the original verbiage said that, but then I was, under guidance from WIA, they're like, here's the actual rule that needs to be adjusted. And it's fine as long as so it's like obliquely making it possible, even though it is not explicitly making that statement. Cindy, can you provide more guidance on that, or did I do it justice?
I think you got it.
So again, this isn't hurting anybody. Opponents not getting hurt on this. It's a league decision on whether, the impact of having a varsity level team permitted to play a sub-varsity schedule. That's up to you. And, that's a whole different question. But if a league allows it, I'd certainly like to be able to have those students able to participate. I don't see why they would not be allowed to. We're in the interest of student participation.
All right, thank you for that, Brett. Can we move on to high school number 15, 18.4.1.1? A student transferring from a school of choice would not be required to attend the resident public school if granted a hardship. Kevin, athletic director at Bellarmine Prep, we need a motion and a second to get that to the floor.
We have a motion from Alan Greer and a second from Kevin Owen.
All right, Kevin, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Yeah, this amendment came out of the change that we made for the choice school to choice school transfers. That you would need to provide a second hardship on why you're not attending your resident public school. What we found is that we were having to declare kids ineligible for varsity sports that had never attended a public school before because they couldn't articulate a viable hardship on why they are not attending their resident public school that didn't apply to everybody. So simply this just says they still have to have the hardship for leaving private school A to go to private school B, but they just wouldn't have to have that second hardship on why they are not attending their resident public school.
Do we have any questions in the chat for Kevin? Any proposed modifications?
Yes, it's on.
Over here, 2 more to
Yes, there is a proposed modification on this one. To clarify that a second hardship would not have to be required. The double hardship would allow private school to private school transfer, provided a hardship was declared for that, was determined.
Put that in the chat. Do you have that, the chat, the highlighted part?
Sure.
There's a question from Pat Russell.
So to clarify, let's say I transfer from a private school to another private school and I don't move 40 miles. I can take the 40% reduction. This is only applying if I want to try to get full participation eligibility, correct?
Correct. If you're going to go through a hardship hearing, Pat, this would eliminate the need for having 2 hardships in those scenarios if you are going from private to private. This would only require that you establish a hardship for leaving your first private school.
Thank you.
Seeing no other comments. Moving on to high school number 16, 18.7.0 would clarify eligibility status of students participating in Running Start. Our presenter is Mr. Jeff Lowell, Executive Board. I need a motion and a second to get it to the floor.
We have a motion from Brett Addick and a second from Brett Fancher.
Thank you, Mr. Lowell. The floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Good morning. High School Amendment 16 proposes updates to the current Running Start eligibility standards by clarifying how academic eligibility is determined for Running Start students, aligning it directly with the language in Rule 18.7.4. Under this proposal, Running Start students must maintain passing grades each college term, equivalent to the standard set in Rule 18.8.0 for both their college and high school coursework. So the grades then at the end of each college term would be final, and their high school grades would be frozen at that same point to allow you to determine eligibility. Failure to meet these passing grade requirements at the end of the term would result in the suspension period outlined in Rule 18.8.6. So because Running Start students may be full-time college students blended with high school classes or moving between schedules throughout the year, this really has been a struggle for member schools to apply existing academic standards consistently. And this amendment is intended to create a single predictable deadline at the end of each college term, so schools can then uniformly calculate final college grades and frozen high school grades to determine eligibility. The other language to support it, the calculations, it stays the same. So 1 5-credit college quarter course equals 1 high school credit, et cetera, et cetera. And it also maintains the existing provision that Running Start students who participate in college and club sport programs would not be able to participate under WI standards. So it doesn't change any of the rest of that. It's just creating a separate deadline rather than the current trimester or semester dates for high school students, full high school students. Thank you for your consideration of the amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lowell. The floor is yours for 2 minutes. Moving on to high school number 17, 18.7.0 would clarify eligibility status of students participating in Running Start. Our presenter is Mr. Jeff Lowell, Executive Board. I need a motion and a second to get it to the floor.
Good morning. High School Amendment 16 proposes updates to the current Running Start eligibility standards by clarifying how academic eligibility is determined for Running Start students, aligning it directly with the language in Rule 18.7.4.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions in the chat? Hearing none, seeing none. We're gonna move on to middle level number 17, 18.8.6.3B. Would establish a probationary period for middle level students through the third Saturday in September. Mr. Matt Cook, Athletic Director, La Center High School. We need a motion and a second to get that to the floor.
We have a motion by Brian Smith. And a second by Brandon Walker.
Mr. Cook, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, the rationale for this, basically just trying to create a consistency between high school and middle school student athletes. I think middle level students deserve even a little bit more of a grace period or a probation period than even high school students because they're still developing. Yeah, just basically trying to create that consistency. And instead of the third Saturday, I did create it. It's going to be the third week because I know that some middle schools start at different times. But I figured 3 weeks would be enough time to establish their grading period and for eligibility. Be happy to answer any questions.
So there is a proposed modification on this, was just put into the chat. So that you would see it changed it from the third Saturday in September. The proposed modification would change it to Saturday of the third week of school.
Are there any questions for amendment 17?
Let's move forward.
Joel, can you verify that both of these proposed modifications are okay, that they do not change the intent?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we do have a question, Matt, in the chat. So ninth graders would now be the only group not having a probation period.
I would hope not. Maybe it needs to be amended, but or something. Maybe someone could come through with a modification. But I don't intend to have ninth graders be the only ones. I think we need to have a consistent process for all students, 7 through 12.
So correct me if I'm wrong. A middle schooler going into their ninth grade year is not subject to the WIA probationary period of grading. I think it was removed because the comments were that a middle school grading is not the same as high school grading. And so ninth graders are not subject to that 5-week period or 4-week period or whatever it is at the beginning of the fall seasons. And is that correct or not correct?
I would appreciate WIA stepping in on this, but
Yeah, we'll verify. We believe so, but let us verify.
So are we voting on the modification that is part of what was given out just recently, because it shows as the first 3 weeks of school in the document that was sent out with the last email?
When you come back from your breakout, you will vote on the proposed modification to change through the third Saturday in September through Saturday of the third week of school.
Okay, thank you.
Shane, yes, I can confirm that 18863 states that incoming ninth graders are not required to meet the grading standards from 1884, provided they've met all other eligibility requirements. They will be monitored though during the standard grading periods.
And that's from a previous amendment, Shane.
Seeing no other questions. We have reviewed amendments 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 and are ready to break out. Thank you.
We've got no breaks, people. None.
Welcome back, everybody. We want to appoint a modification here that we are going to take a 20-minute break after this session is over for lunch and et cetera, for personal needs. With that, we do have two proposed modifications on Amendment 15 and 17. Are there any others for 12, 13, 14, or 16? Any proposed modifications? Please put it in the chat if there are. Hearing none, seeing none, then we'll go right to the proposed modification of high school number 15, 18.4.1.1. A private school student could transfer to a private school without having to prove a double hardship. I need a motion and a second.
We're gonna take Kevin's second as the initial motion and Mark Young as the second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the modification voting sheet is in the chat. Thank you, Sean.
Please use column G to put in your vote for modification on Amendment 15.
Again, this is high school only. Please submit your vote.
Modification for Amendment number 15 is passed with a vote of 29-6.
Thank you. Moving on to middle level number 17. Would establish a probationary period for middle level students through Saturday of the third week of school. We have a motion and a second to bring that to the floor.
We have a motion from Jim Meyerhoff, a second from Derek Tucci.
Any comments?
Seeing no comments.
Then the modification voting sheet is in. Please submit your vote from the middle level.
Please use column H for proposed modification on Amendment number 17.
Quick question, since there's so few middle school people here, what does attendance do to this if someone is not here on the call?
Are you talking about for voting?
Yes.
Their league or district can designate a substitute for them to vote.
Okay. Thank you.
Correct, Joel?
What was that again, Mick?
The question was if somebody is absent, a rep assemblyman member, that our practice has been that the league or district provides a substitute if they want for that voting member.
That's my understanding.
Stephen?
Paul Coxman, your question, how do you get that permission? That'd be done by however your league or district designates your voters. Justin's working right now with somebody who said they were substituting for somebody, so we're just verifying anybody that you're telling us is a substitute.
Proposed modification for 17 is passed with a vote of 16-2.
Thank you, Sean. At this time, we are going to take a 20-minute break. And then we will come back with our amendments 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 for presentation. Enjoy your break.
10-2.
We'll see you at 11:50.
Okay, Guy, what are you up to?
Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to look at amendments 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. High school amendment number 18 is 18.8.6.4 was established the criteria for determining initial eligibility for the winter season. Presenter Jeff Lowell, Executive Board. I need a motion and a second to bring that to the floor.
We have a motion from Mark Young, second by Kevin Owen.
Thank you. Mr. Lowell, you have 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Hello again. High school amendment 18 proposes updates to WI Rule 18.8.4, which addresses initial winter eligibility specifically. The rule 18.8.4 establishes that for fall and spring activities, a student must have passed the minimum number of classes listed in Rule 18.8.0 during the immediately preceding semester or trimester to be eligible for the next semester or trimester, those 5 weeks. This ends up becoming difficult for winter activities, winter athletics, though, however, and this amendment would create that eligibility for winter sport athletes would be determined by a student's academic performance in the most recent quarter or trimester. So under this structure, the record at the end of that term would be final, except in cases where class-for-class replacement credits are earned through an accredited school program or approved alternative program. So if someone was taking replacement classes, that could then be considered. Now, this clarification then aligns the rule with the reality that in most member schools where current practice already relies on the most recent grading period rather than the previous spring semester from the previous June to determine initial winter eligibility, and maintaining the original language for fall and spring while specifying a different standard for winter ensures the rule accurately reflects how schools operate across these different academic calendars. Now, the intent of the amendment is straightforward. We want to provide consistent, unambiguous direction to schools on which grades to determine winter eligibility. We want to reflect current academic structures and timelines, and we want to ensure winter athletes are evaluated on their current academic performance rather than grades earned 6 months earlier. By establishing the most recent quarter or trimester as the eligibility measure for winter activities, this amendment promotes fairness for students and clarity for schools, while preserving the longstanding principle that grades at the end of each grading period are final unless replaced class for class by approved credits. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Type them in the chat. Hearing none, seeing none. Gonna move on to high school number 19 amendment 18.12.2. Nesper students who transfer from a reservation school to a continuous public school would be varsity eligible. Presenter Shannon Wilson, Athletic Director of Clarkston High School. Do I have a motion and a second to bring this to the floor?
Motion from Paul Kotzman. Second from Al Vermeer.
Shannon, you have 2 minutes on the floor.
All right, really, this is unique to actually this area because the Nespers tribe, but it has a whack. It's the law, by the way. RCW 28A 225-170, admission to schools. Children on United States reservations, Idaho residents with Washington addresses, which we're about the only one that does this. But anyway, it talks about any school district authorities and enforcement of this law of the state relating to the compulsory attendance of children school age and all laws relating to and relating to school attendance. So any child who is of school age, eligible, residing within the boundaries of any military, naval, lighthouse, or other United States reservation. So that's a main part. Biggest part we have is any child who is of school age and otherwise eligible, residing at home that is located in Idaho, but has a Washington address for the purpose of the United States Postal Service shall be admitted without a payment and tuition to the nearest Washington school district and shall be considered a resident student for state apportionment and all other purposes. So we believe if they are on the reservation, and Governor Locke said, signed it back in the day, and original reservation goes through Washington, almost to Coeur d'Alene, Colville, all the way down to southern Idaho, that you would be able to come here as a resident. And if you're a resident, why would you have to go through a hardship case when you're considered resident, and for all other purposes? So we just want to get that clarified because we get a lot of students that come here and they have to go through a hardship case and they're already a minority. So just like to bring that to everybody's attention, and really it's just would be a change in the handbook, and that's where everybody's watching to see what happens here.
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions in the chat?
Shannon, there's a question in the chat. Is this a new piece or all Native American? Or sorry, is this Nez Perce or all Native American?
Would be all Native Americans, but somebody wanted to amend it to say just Nez Perce, but it would be all Native Americans. But the whole clause for that says that residing in a home that is located in Idaho but has a Washington address for a purpose of the United States Postal Service shall be admitted. And it talks about the closest Idaho or the closest Washington school district, tuition to the nearest Washington school district. So really, we're like the closest for the Nez Perce.
Any other questions?
Hearing none, seeing none. High School Amendment number 20, 18.12.4.3 F1 visa students would be eligible during the initial first level offered by that school. Presenter Brent Attack, Athletic Director, Northwest Schools. Do I have a motion and a second to bring that to the floor?
I have a motion from Pat Russell and a second by Matt Cook.
Brent, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Back with another amendment proposal, and this one is for international students. These are F1 visa students who are coming for 4 years experience in high school, and currently, as it stands, they are not eligible during at their first year as other students are in 9th grade. And so this is just simply to allow these students to be eligible for the 4 full years like everyone else would be.
Do we have any questions in the chat for Brent? Hearing none, seeing none. High school level, middle school level, Amendment 21, 18.16.0. Participation in girls' sports would be limited to biological females. Presenter David Bondriak, Superintendent, Linden School District. Do I have a motion and a second to bring this to the floor?
I have a motion from Paul Kotzman. And a second by Sam Portman.
David, you have 2 minutes on the floor.
Thank you. Proposal number 21 is a repeat of last year's proposed amendment number 7. I currently serve as superintendent at Linden School District, and I'm presenting on behalf of co-authors and supporting school districts to include Okanagan, Colville, Tonasket, Linden Christian, Lake Chelan, Moses Lake, Omak, Blaine, Eastmont, Kennewick, and the Meade School District. This is a sensitive and complicated topic. Athletes, coaches, athletic directors, school and district leaders are put in difficult positions when there is strong, impassioned advocacy coming from 2 competing directions. In the circumstances of transgender female athletes participating in girls' competitive sports, there are 2 core principles and ideals within WIA that are well supported and articulated, but in conflict with one another. The first is a desire for inclusion, and the second is its commitment to competitive fairness and opportunity. For inclusion, we're all wired for connection. All young people benefit from being in community and involved in activities aligned with the peer group for which they most closely identify with. Sports and activities are excellent vehicles for kids to make healthy connections, develop a strong sense of self, and be in relationship with others. The other side is competitive fairness and protecting opportunities for girls. There is a value placed on sex-separated competitive athletics. The reason we have boys and girls sports is because of the physiological differences between males and females. There are differences, and in sports, these differences matter, particularly if benefiting from male puberty. The intentions driving the pursuit of these changes is twofold. One, working to accomplish protections against the vitriol that has been directed at our most marginalized and vulnerable student athletes while at athletic competitions. As hard as it can be to discuss with so much heated rhetoric, we still carry a responsibility for the environments that our student athletes are experiencing. And secondly, to address the competitive fairness and opportunities in girls' athletics. Our female athletes have stated clearly that it doesn't feel fair to them, and they have asked us to help. Proposal 21 pursues the development of a non-gendered category by converting the boys category to an open category. The second category would be girls and limited to biological females. Verification would occur through an original birth certificate as attested to by parents. Also included is an appeal process in circumstances where there are differences in sex development, such as intersex. Thanks for considering this amendment. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, David. Any questions in the chat for David? This is an advisory vote only. Amendment would not be implemented under the current state law. Participation in girls' sports would be limited to biological females. Seeing and hearing nothing in the chat, we're going to move on to middle level, high school level number 22. Amendment 20.1.5. Any non-registered players, coach, or authorized game personnel who enters the competition space and engages in a verbal or physical altercation will be suspended for 25% of the season. This is a proposed modification. Russ Waterman, Executive Board. Pardon?
No, it is Russ.
Russ Waterman, we need a motion and a second to get this on the board.
We got it.
We're good.
We have a motion from Jeff Jameson and a second from Kevin Owen.
Russ, you have 2 minutes on the floor.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully everybody did well and enjoyed the break. This proposed modification to this rule is to address the issues that we're seeing across the state of personnel entering into the competition spaces, not only in postseason activities, but also at our regular season activities. So this would create a standardized penalty across the state for any non-players as described that do enter the court, field, or playing surface and engage in any verbal or physical altercation. Safety of our athletes and our participants and our officials are a key priority on this. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Please type them in the chat for Russ. Hearing none, seeing none, we're going to move on to amendment number 23 for middle level and high school. Schools have the ability to enhance penalties. Presenter David Blakeney, Executive Board. I need a motion and a second to get it on the floor.
Motion from Kevin Owen. And a second from Alan Lanier.
Mr. Blakeney, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. So just so you are aware, this is an advisory vote only. So during recent discussions, several schools questioned whether WIA had the authority to impose fees and fines, prompting a review of the relevant RCWs and WACs. In the course of that review, we identified a statute indicating that schools may not adopt or enforce disciplinary rules that exceed the penalties outlined in the WIA handbook. This raises a potential conflict with the proposed amendment, which references a school's ability to enhance sanctions beyond the WIA minimum. Our legal counsel is currently examining this issue to determine whether this proposed language would violate state law. Because we do not yet have definition or clarity regarding the legal implications, this has been moved to an advisory vote at this time.
If there's any questions for David, please type them in the chat. Hearing none, seeing none, we have heard amendments 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 with the presentation. We are now going to move to our breakout rooms. We'll see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Do we have any proposed modifications to amendment 18, 19, 20, 21, or 23? I'm waiting on 22. We do have a proposed modification for middle level, high school level number 22, which reads currently any non-registered player, coach, or authorized game personnel who enters the competition space and engages in a verbal or physical altercation will be suspended for 25% of the season. We have a question in the chat suggesting to change amendment 22 to say will be suspended at a minimum of 25%.
Need a motion?
We need a motion and a second.
We have a motion from Pat Russell and a second from Jeff Jameson.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, we suggested that for my group. There are some schools that were within my group that actually have higher standards for that. And so we thought at a minimum would be the minimum for schools. So that is consistent across the state. So that's why we're suggesting at a minimum.
So Joel, listen to my take on this and then you tell me if it's right or not. They will have to first vote on whether to accept the change of up to 25% rather than just 25%. And then they have to vote on the original proposed modification, which says that they enter for a verbal or physical assault. They have to vote twice.
Say that again, Cindy.
Because there's a discussion about a proposed modification to change, to suspend them for 25% or a minimum of 25%. That would be one vote. A second one would be the proposed change as was submitted that says any non-rostered player on and on that enters the court for verbal or physical altercation, which is a change from the original amendment.
That's correct. Is that you kind of have a second amendment to the amendment, so you would vote on the at a minimum and get either a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and then vote on the proposed modification kind of as amended.
Okay, so the motion from Pat Russell, Jeff Jameson, I need clarification if that was to change to a minimum to 25% or if that was for the full modification.
Based on the chat, that was on the suggestion from Don Mazizo to change amendment number 22 to say will be suspended at a minimum of 25% of the season.
Okay.
So you got to vote on the at a minimum piece first.
There's some questions in there. Do we want to answer those?
Oh, that's clarification. Clarification from Warren McDaniel on number 22. Does it have to be an actual rejection by an official and then reported by a way?
No.
Fans aren't reported to WOA, correct?
Right.
Yeah, the answer is no. Right, I think everyone is wrong.
Brett has one. That looks like Nick has one.
Brett's question is how does the reason number 23 is an advisory impact this?
Yeah, great question. Don't know if we'll give you a full answer, but for example, our player or coach ejection says one game, it's specified. So if this proposed adjustment to the amendment goes through of a minimum of 25%, we could have that reviewed. Our take is we think that allows it to be enforceable under that RCW, but again, it would still have to go out for a review.
Another question from a group who was around number 23, but it's still somewhat apply here. Would schools need to self-report if they have been more strict than the WIA rule?
For the existing ones, not to date, again, we're still going through the review, so we don't have a final answer on that. We're just making you aware of why we are moving the one to an advisory vote based on the initial discussion with the legal team.
Follow-up question from Ed Call, if not an ejection when notified by WA through, if the visiting school does not have a no trespass, oh, sorry. I just put those two, my apologies. If not an ejection when notified by WA through the reporting portal, how are we ensuring that the game management or AD is aware of the ejection and negative multiplication? I would say that would be where the two athletic directors would have to be involved in communicating that a fan was ejected during the event and have to be removed.
Yeah, currently those are, if a fan's removed, if you eject a fan from your facility, you're not reporting, you do not by rule have to report those. So this would just put a penalty in for all schools to use as a template is we believe the intent of the amendment. We had schools who said they could not enforce it because there was not a WI rule. So they asked the board to consider bringing forward an amendment.
Another question, how do schools enforce the injection of a parent if the visiting school does not have a trespass in place for the parent? Regarding a parent from school.
Sorry, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, one more. How do schools enforce an ejection of a parent if the visiting school does not have a no trespass in place for that parent? So regarding a parent from the visiting school.
Okay, take them out. You do not have to have a no trespass in order to remove a spectator from your facility.
No, I'm talking about, Cindy, if a parent from school A gets ejected last week, and that school is now coming to your school to play a game, and that parent is still under suspension, what teeth do I have to keep that parent out? Because if we don't have a no trespass, and this is a public event, what's going to keep me from enforcing that, or what's going to help me enforce that?
Yeah, Brett, I think that that's where the communication between the ADs would have to take place, and they would have to have some sort of, to be able to provide some sort of identification to the other school, like, hey, this parent is not allowed to be at the game. We've dealt with that previously when there's been restraining orders and things like that on parents from other students in a visiting place, where that communication takes place ahead of time to notify them to make sure that they know that that parent cannot be at your school's event or cannot be at the next event based on an ejection from a previous contest. So that's where that communication between the two schools and hopefully the administrators are involved in that as well to help enforce that.
And because the is for a WI sanctioned event, currently in your situation, you'd have to work it through the schools and see if they would honor a no trespass if you had one in place. This is adding the fact that there's now a WI sanctioned event with a WI sanctioned rule or approved rule through the rep assembly. So that's the belief, again, with the RCW there that we recently found as part of this research. We can't give you a 100% answer, but that is the belief. So that goes to Brian's one. If people are wanting to do some research and have your own legal team review, we would love the input. The RCW is 28A.600.200. I'll say it again, 28A.600.200 sub number 4. It reads the school districts, Washington Interscholastic Activities Association districts, and leagues that participate in the interschool and extracurricular activities shall not impose more severe penalties for rule violations then can be imposed by the rules of the association or the voluntary nonprofit entity. So that's where if the WI handbook rule says 1 game suspension, can the school, league, district enhance that penalty? That's what we're having reviewed. This is saying a minimum of 25%, trying to understand if that would give the flexibility to do it, and then it also makes it a handbook rule rather than a school policy or direction. So that is the best we can answer at this time.
So, and I just want additional clarification. A parent's on a suspension list from another school. They come to our school for an event. That parent is not leaving. I call law enforcement, and law enforcement shows up and says, you don't have a no trespass in place for this parent. You know, they won't be able to do anything about it. So if that parent is do I have to self-report a violation in that case if that parent does come in?
Well, not if you communicate. I would assume if you communicate to the school and law enforcement is telling you they will not support that, then it'd be up to your school whether to seek a no trespass going forward. And again, I don't want to give you legal advice because I'm not an attorney and I don't want to be, but that's essentially what the questions that have been asked and answered so far as part of this initial review. Again, this is amendments coming from the board through discussions with schools that have dealt with other situations where they weren't able to do more. So that's why it was being brought forward to the membership to see, is this something that you want to delve into deeper, or are you good on handling it on your own?
All right, we have a question that got submitted, but we're only going to focus on 22 right now since we have a motion in a second. The clarification of 25% of the season, clarification of level. For example, the suspension happens during the league game, the suspension carry over in postseason, the suspension carry over into the next season's sport. Who is defined as game management or game personnel. Currently, the suspension will carry over into the postseason. And it doesn't carry over into the next sports season if it was at the last game played by that student or coached by the coach. It carries over into the next season that they participate or coach. And for a fan or a family member, it would carry over into the next sports season that their student athlete participate in. And you're talking about levels. We define varsity, JV, or varsity and sub-varsity. So if a student right now is ejected from a JV game, but they also are a swing player and play up at varsity, they have to miss the next JV game, but they are still suspended for the next varsity contest until they serve that suspension at that sub-varsity level. So the same thing would apply here. You would not be able to go to a varsity competition or contest if you were ejected out of a sub-varsity contest. I will let somebody else elaborate on who is defined as game management or game personnel.
Yeah, that would really be the school's discretion. Like, who do you consider, who do you have given responsibility to oversee and work at your contest? So that would really be your decision.
Any other questions on number 22?
Comment on this proposed modification with John Benizio. We have added minimum 25% of the season to that proposed modification. So we'll call for the question. We'll put the voting sheet inside the chat. Sean, please elaborate on what line we're going to vote on for this amendment.
Yeah, for this modification, please use column I.
Yeah. This is middle level and high school.
Proposed modification is passed, with a vote of 48-5.
It's the one with the original one. Seeing that.
Okay.
So we have a second proposed modification. In the chat. Any individual who is not a roster player, coach, or authorized game personnel who enters the competition space and engages in a verbal or physical altercation will be suspended for 25% of the season.
It will be added to a minimum of 25%. They already approved that part of it.
Will be added a minimum of 25% of the season. Do I have a motion and a second?
We have a motion. Kevin Owen, the second from Jeff Jameson.
This is currently a middle level and high school level vote. Sean will get that voting tier in the chat. What line do we vote on, Sean?
Please use column J for this modification.
For this modification, thank you. Please vote.
This proposed modification is passed with a vote of 48-5.
Thank you for that update. We are going to move forward with amendment 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, 29. The first one is number 24, middle level, high school level, 20.1.9. If a student receives a second ejection in the same sport or in a subsequent sport during the school year, the student will be suspended for 4 contests and would be suspended for the remainder of the school year on a third ejection during the school year. Presenter David Blakely, Executive Board. Do I have a motion and a second to get it on the floor?
We have a motion from Brian Smith and a second from Mark Young.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Blakely.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. So for this, there's actually, we will be hopefully coming forth with a change to this where it says the word student actually should say individual. Currently in the handbook, it does say individuals. That means if a coach was ejected a second time, there's consequences. So we will, hopefully somebody will make that proposal that will change student to individual. So it would read, if an individual receives a second ejection from the same sport or subsequent sport during the school year, the student would be suspended for 4 contests and would be suspended the remainder of the school year on a third ejection during the school year. So the proposed change would standardize the penalty assessed to a student following a second ejection, regardless of when it occurs within a season or across seasons. The new rule establishes clear, escalating consequences for repeated ejections over the course of the student's participation during the entire school year, ensuring consistent accountability for misconduct. By doing so, it reinforces the importance of sportsmanship, holds student athletes and coaches accountable for their actions throughout the year, and promotes consistency among schools and how individuals with multiple ejections are addressed. The rule also allows for appeals to the WIA executive director for the second and third ejection.
Thank you, David. Any comments in the chat? Hearing none, seeing none. Moving on to middle level high school amendment number 23.5.7. Before the conclusion of their first season of coaching, a coach must complete 2 designated NFHS coaches education classes. If 5 passes, 26 would be moved.
No, that's good.
I flipped the page. Carlin, executive board member, do we have a motion and a second to bring this to the floor?
We have a motion from Rob Swim and a second from Kevin Owen.
Harlan, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Harlan, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Are we good?
There you go.
Oh, sorry, okay. So a lot of times coaches don't, new coaches particularly don't even know what they don't know. And everybody's looking at our programs with a microscope very, very carefully. So these, adding these 2 classes, free classes, no cost at all, we think would be a tremendous addition to any program with really good outcomes. Again, the cost, there is no cost to that. The courses are well designed. And some schools already require that, but this would be mandatory. You have a whole season to do it, so the time should go well, and we think this is a great idea.
All right, thank you, Harlan. Any comments in the chat? Like Tom, will this be tracked with final forms?
That is correct. Tracked on final forms.
24/7 Ed. Yeah, they're already aligned with 24/7 Ed as well, so they're tracked through there.
Any other questions?
Harry Stark, end of season means state tournament.
Not sure we have that specific discussion end of season. I think that's what it would be. Yes.
That would be the final day of the state tournament for that sport.
Sounds good.
For any who forget and don't meet the requirement, what is the sanction?
I careful how I speak for our staff, but they're very good. We have that capability through final forms to remind people when that hasn't happened. So I would assume that schools would cooperate with that after, maybe if there had to be a reminder or whatever. I don't think we anticipate that would be a big deal, and they could also self-report if they decided if after a couple of times they had not responded.
There was also a question in there, would it automatically populate the final forms by the AD? That would be, Shane, it would get added to the list for final forms.
Yeah, it's already set up that way through 24/7 Ed and through NFHS network or NFHS Learn.
Did we answer? So.
I think we've answered them all.
No further questions.
All right, moving on to high school amendment number 25.1.6.3. If number 5 passes, number 26 would be moved. The average monthly enrollment would be used to determine allocations. Presenter, Brent Franchier, Athletic Director, Quincy High School. Do I have a motion and second to get this on the floor?
A motion from Jeff Jameson. Second from Kyle Lodge.
Brent, you have 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Brett, if you're speaking, I think you're muted.
I think he's off.
Brett, are you on? Is there anyone else who could present for him?
Please put your name in the chat.
Come back.
Somebody can do
Store
Yeah, I can step in.
Okay, I think we just admitted him back in, so Brett, are you there?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. My Zoom picked a heck of a time to crash out on me.
No problem, you are up, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. So, the intent of this amendment is to align with what schools pay for their dues with the allocation. So there should be a fair alignment between, or consistent alignment between allocations to state awarded districts through those schools and how schools are assessed their invoices for membership dues. This is, and the intent of this amendment is to, in determining allocations to districts, to use the school's actual number of students that are attending that school, not the adjusted enrollment number of the school. And that would be capped out. So if there are schools that are in a lower classification due to enrollment adjustment, the upper limit of that classification would be the count used for the allocation purposes.
All right, thank you, Brett. Any questions or comments for Brett on this proposed amendment? Then hearing none, seeing none, we'll move on to amendment number 27, high school 31.1.0. Leagues could modify NFHS/WIAA approved playing rules for subvarsity contests. This is a proposed modification. And Tom Harmon, Athletic Director, Nooksack Valley High School. I need a motion and a second to get this on the floor.
Motion from Rob Swain and a second by Kevin Drew.
Thank you. Tom, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
All right, thanks very much. Well, this proposed amendment came about last spring, when we up here in Whatcom County incorrectly thought that there were some subvarsity sports and rules that we could modify based on needs for our kids. And so when we were told did not have that capability, we thought we would propose an amendment. The modification from the original is a WIA adopted rules, not just NFHS, because as Cindy let me know, bowling, golf, and tennis do not have NFHS books. And the WIA has set the gymnastics rules for both flag football, or the rules for both gymnastics and flag football. So that's what the modification is about. Our pros pretty well speak to it. There's some things that we found, for example, in middle school football, we tried to promote kicking. So rather than 1 point for PAT, we give it 2. And if you pass a run, you get 1 point. So we've seen some modifications. We've made some modifications in basketball on limiting certain kinds of defenses or pressing, which go outside the NFHS rules. We've also done some things with baseball and softball that are different than the EP that is an NFHS rule or extra hitter. It's where we have open lineups, and we've got some modification with those. The cons that people were worried about, I think, were some of the legal aspects of it, but we would run everything through our league president with keeping our officials in line and updated on everything that we did. And so they would get a copy. We already do this with our middle school. We do send the officials copy of our middle school rules. And so we feel that it would give us some flexibility that would help with participation, equity, and none of them are set up to create an agenda and advantage for any school. Anyways, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions, please place them in the chat for Tom.
Hearing none. Hearing none, seeing none. We'll move on to high school amendment number 2839.2.0 would increase running clock time for varsity girls flag football to 30-minute halves. Presenter, Peter Collins, Athletic Director, Rogers High School, Puyallup. Do we have a motion and a second to get this on the floor?
Motion by Kevin Owen. And a second from Lance Gatter.
Thank you. Peter, you have 2 minutes on the floor. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Dwayne. Appreciate everybody giving me a couple minutes here. We're just really excited in the SPSL for the inclusion of flag football, and just think it's a great addition to our sports landscape. And we feel like increasing the length of the varsity game, and besides increasing the length, also the amendment calls for the clock to stop after a change of possession or a score. Will just help, make it a little bit more of a meaningful experience for the girls. Sometimes the flag games can feel like they're really rushed, and particularly on those change of possession and scores, people are moving around all over the place trying to move from one end of the field to the other. And if you have a different sets of officiating crews move a different pace to do that, meanwhile the clock's running the whole time that's happening. And we just wanted to try and standardize things a little bit, make it a little bit more of a meaningful experience. And then there's the side note: in our league we have some travel that's pretty far, and schools sometimes have to travel for 2 hours for a 40-minute game, and just trying to maybe improve that ratio a little bit, travel to game time.
Right, any questions on amendment number 28? Please place them in the chat. Hearing none, seeing none. On amendment number 24, we have a proposed modification and an addition to individual versus student. And on amendment number 27, we have a proposed modification from NFHS to WIAA rules for sub-varsity contests. So do we need to vote on that when we come out?
When you come out.
When we come out. Okay, so please have that discussion. At this time, we're going to our rooms.
No, I have 29.
We need to do 29 in, but
Middle level, high school level number 29, 42.3.5. Any soccer player with a second disqualification due to receiving 2 yellow cards in a season would be suspended for the following match. Presenter, John Yellum, Athletic Director, Federal Way Schools. I need a motion and a second to get that on the floor.
Motion from Kevin Owen and a second by Ryan Smith.
Thank you. John, you have 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Thanks, Dwayne. Pretty simple. With the new rule, with the double yellow disqualification, the theoretical part of this is a kid could be ejected, or an athlete could be ejected from every single contest and start the next one. So what this does is it brings a accumulation of yellow cards into play. So 3 would equal a 1/2 suspension in the next game, 5 a full game at their next game, and then 7 would be 2 games. So it brings some of that education back in. We took a look at how many yellow card disqualifications there were in the last couple of years. It's well over 200. That's separate from the 460 red cards that happened during that same time. So it's a pretty simple process too. Piloted it this year in our league, in the Federal Way School District, run off of Google Doc, and our coaches or ADs can go in and self-add those in. But it's really easy for me as a commissioner also to track something like this.
Thank you, John. Any comments, please type them in the chat. Hearing none, seeing none, we are going to break out into our rooms, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We have two proposed modifications to amendment number 24 and 27. Are there any others in this group? I'm hearing number 25 will also have a proposed modification. If there's any others, please put them in the chat.
Sorry, my group got out here late. We're gonna put a couple of recommendations in there too for 24, I think it is.
So we have one comment, number 24, discuss change language to a percent of season, not 4 games. 4 football games is a month, 4 basketball, baseball, softball games, in a week, also 4 football games is 40% of the season. 4 of the other is 20%. So we have a motion to modify number 24 from John Applegate.
Is there a second? The motion. It's around 24, right?
So I just want to make sure I have it right. There are 2 proposed modifications, so they just need to know who the motion is for which one.
24.
I know there are 2 modifications for that amendment.
There's 3 for 24. Yeah, David, Eric Stark, John Applegate. You have them in the chat? They are. So there are 3 separate mentions of the proposals for 24th.
So we'll take them in order. So the first proposed change was from Eric Stark, which was to be a percentage, changing to a percentage of the season and not define games.
Is there a second on that?
So we would need a motion for Eric's. Or I guess a second, we would need a second. So we have a second from Kevin Owen.
Okay, so Eric's saying 20%, is somebody seconding that number?
Kevin Owen second.
Further discussion?
So I can have you vote on this.
Supposed to type it in.
This is modifying type of thing.
Eric, can you please type in exactly what you want the modification to be?
Yeah, I'll do that real quick.
So the proposal was for number 24, change the penalty to 20% of the current season, not 4 games.
So let's,
Second.
yeah, so we check with Joel on it, make sure it doesn't change the intent of it.
We now have a second for that, so when we come back, so the
Joel, can you clarify for us that changing from 4 contests to 25%?
20%.
20% of the season, would that be within, does that change the intent of the amendment or not?
I don't think it does. I think it's okay. Cindy, is it 20% at the same level of competition? Is that the actual language then?
This would.
I see.
I've added Eric's proposed language to have the entire amendment listed there.
It would be at the same level, yes. That part is not proposed to be changed.
Eric, can you confirm this is what you wanted the language to read?
Okay, discussion.
All for the vote?
Done.
I will do that, otherwise we're gonna get confused over what they're voting on.
All right, let's go, Sean. Let's get that.
What about discussion or questions?
So we have a question from Brett Fancher on number 24. Is the subsequent season language intended to mean during that school year?
That's how it is now. If the student participates in a different, in a subsequent season during the same school year, they can fulfill the suspension then. If they do not, then it carries over to the following year.
Any other discussion?
Question. If the second ejection doesn't occur during that same sports season, let's say he gets an ejection in fall, and then in basketball gets his second ejection, that is 20% of that current season when the second ejection occurs? Or is it 20% of the subsequent that year?
Would be the second, what the season limit is for that second season, or the season in which they receive their second ejection.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Question. So we're saying that 20% of the season, so if you get ejected from a contest in football, you're out for one contest. You get a second ejection in football, you're out for two contests. If we have 5 ejections in a year, we're on double secret probation. I just don't think the penalty of 20% is adequate for a second ejection in the same season. Just wanted to throw it out there.
We had that similar conversation in our group. So that's why we, John Applegate we put 40%, made it a little more teeth in it.
Vote on 20%.
We're gonna vote on 20%. Sean, so please put that in the chat. We have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. Please click on the voting sheet for column number.
Please use column K for this proposed modification to change the penalty to 5%.
And this is high school and middle school. Language was posted that forward in the chat.
You need to see the updated language is posted in the chat at 1:44 p.m.
We have 60 more seconds to vote. Get your votes in, please. Go back.
This proposed modification has failed with a vote of 15-38.
15-38. Okay. Are there any other modifications?
We have a modification to rule number 24. Motion to modify number 24, 20.1.4 change for contest 40% of contest. Change 20.1.5 change for the remainder of the school year to for 1 calendar year from the date of the third ejection. Motion was made by John Applebeam.
And we have a second by Alex.
Second by Al Vermeer. I'm standing 140.
Looking for any comments?
Discussion.
So just a bit, loving Eric's idea of a percentage. Our group just came up with a higher percentage of 40 for the reasons that have already been stated. More teacher, but we also wanted to address a third ejection. The idea that third ejection, if it came at the end of spring season, isn't carrying the teeth that we wanted to carry. Getting ejected for a third time in a year is horrendous and significant. And so we thought 1 calendar year from the date of that third ejection would be a more suitable punishment. Or should I say correction? Thanks, Jeff.
Believe that. I think you've already made a ruling on changing the for contest to a percentage. But just changing it, the 7-1 for 1 calendar date, 1 calendar year from the date of the third ejection, does that change the intent of the amendment?
Well, it sure seems more significantly more potentially more punitive to me. I don't know what the spirit of or the intent of the author of that originally was thinking.
No, the calendar year just came from applicant.
Well, I know, but the original one came from David Blake. The original lead on the board for that was David Blake. David, are you available?
Yes, I'm okay with the change to 1 calendar year. I think we need to hold kids accountable, and I'm good with that change.
Looks like we're good then.
Further comment in the chat was there is the opportunity to appeal.
Yeah, with discussion. Discussion.
Okay, I've added the proposed language from John Applegate. John, can you confirm this is what you had intended it to read as?
That's the intent, yes.
That has been confirmed. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Then hearing none, we have a proposed modification. Sean, if you would put that in the chat on the voting sheet, what column are we looking at?
Please use column L for this proposed modification and change the penalty to 40% plus the 1 year to date, the third ejection.
And this applies to all middle school and high school. Please vote.
If there wasn't 40% left in the subsequent season, would that carry over to the following season?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
This proposed modification in column L has passed with a vote of 46 to 7.
with the final modification to amendment number 24 is replacing student with individual. Motion and a second. I need a motion and a second.
We have a motion from Jeff Jameson and a second by Kevin Owen.
Any other comments to that adjustment from student to individual?
In the second line, it says student again. Is that being changeable?
Tom Doyle's asking, does the individual include a coach?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's a substantive change.
Thank you, Joel. Are we ready to vote on that?
Does that mean that's still a student?
I don't know what he means by that.
So Joel, are you saying it needs to stay a student, that the change? cannot
Yeah,
be made?
that's, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that. I said substantive change. I think it needs to, I think I think it needs to stay at student.
Okay.
So it changes the intent, no vote.
So there won't be a vote on this. The student needs to stay the same.
Correct.
Joel, does it matter that the current language says individual?
The current language,
According to Amendment 24, what's crossed off is individual, and then it says student.
So Joel, just to be clear, the handbook goes even further. Current rule 20.1.3, it says the ejected person, in parentheses, student, coach, other school representative.
Okay.
So the rule as it's in there now is intended to cover more than just the student. What I think I heard David say earlier is that he would, and David, you correct me if I didn't hear you right, but he would consider that to be more of an editorial mistake as it was published,
Okay.
not the intent of what he was trying to write.
thanks,
That
Jeff.
is correct, Jim.
I think I missed that part and I didn't have that context. In isolation, student to individual expands the thing pretty significantly. But what I'm hearing now makes sense.
What would be allowed?
So this will be allowed within
Yes.
our interpretation that if a individual receives a second ejection, and we need to vote on that, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Hearing none. John, please open it up for a vote.
Please use column M to lodge your vote for this proposed modification to amendment number 24, replacing student with individual.
Is that this year?
Proposed modification to 24, replacing student with individual, has passed. Votes actually still went up a little bit. Right now we're 46-7, so we have enough votes for that to pass.
Thank you for your work on that. The next proposed modification is on number 25. It's middle level and high school level, 23.5.7. Lacey London.
Yeah. Andy just put in our modification recommendation to change it to before the beginning of their second year of coaching, a member school coach must complete the 2 NFHS education classes. We just felt that with the potential of onboarding a coach days before the season begins and just the life that happens during a season, that one season timeline might be too short for some people. And our goal is to get coaches to complete the trainings and to grow and to learn about youth development. So I think extending it is helpful. We had discussed making it 2 before if they do second season in the year. But then there was a concern about what that might look like on the AD's plate to track that. So just figured 1 year would give the ADs a little more easier chance of tracking everything as well.
Can you scroll the chat now?
We have a motion from Kevin Owen. We have a second for Matt.
Scroll down, so you can see it. Is that?
Scroll up, just get this, just a pinch. There we go. So the
Second here.
proposed amendment modification is in the chat. Do we have a motion and a second?
Yes. Kevin Owen with the motion, Matt Cook with the second.
Any other comments?
We need Joel.
I need to scroll. Question from Kevin.
I think you're good on this one. I don't think it reverses the fundamental intent.
So me creating my coach's education courses and stuff, I can start incorporating these into that, and that would alleviate both of those, correct? So I can add it as part of my coach's education course.
Yes, schools have latitude in deciding which ones qualify in those categories, so yes.
There's a comment from Derek Tucci.
I wanted to bring up, kind of emphasize and supporting this with middle school, where they're very, very short seasons that we have. A lot of us do 4 seasons per year. It's beneficial to have that extended time frame. So I'm in support.
Additional comment from John Applegate, support for the amendment. Coach staffing is being added during the season as coaches may be funded by participation, gives coaches time to gain the training.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We've had our comments. Let's go ahead and get this up for a vote, Sean. Please check in with the voting sheet and what column we'll be voting on.
Please use column N to lodge your vote for this modification to middle level high school amendment for 25, and changing the language to before second year of coaching.
Shane, each of those classes are an hour in length.
Proposed modification to middle level high school amendment 25, changing language to before the second year of coaching is passed with a vote of 47-6.
Thank you. Moving on to our third proposed modification for high school only, number 27, 31.1.0. Leagues could modify. Original language was NFHS rules, now will be WIA approved playing rules for some varsity contests.
Need a motion.
Need a motion in a second.
We have a motion from Jeff Jameson with a second from Kevin Owen.
Any other comments? On 27.
We need Joel.
Good to go.
Yep. Some questions. Ready for a question?
Question in the chat is, did we skip 26? Yes, because the proposed modification was on 24, 25, and 27. We will come back to 26.
We have motion on the floor right now for 27, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a couple of questions and I can get those questions.
So question from group number 27, should WOA be included or have input in making changes to these rules?
Yeah, the answer would be, like, remember, the action taken today is to get the amendments to the floor and then open for discussion until you formally vote whether to approve or to fail the proposals in April. So WOA will be part of that. Todd will share concerns or support that they have over the next few months.
Any other comments on amendment number 27?
Is there a second question for that, Dimmer? I thought there were two. Sorry.
Tim Trimble has a question. Is this a junior high and high school amendment?
Yes.
Yes, it doesn't indicate that on the summary sheet, but the full text, it does. So we'll make sure that's correct. It's both.
Yep.
Thank you for that update.
We just answered Matt's. Shane Nixon asks, does this circumvent the rule modification process?
Our interpretation is it essentially, the short answer, yes, that instead of asking for specific rule waivers that could each be considered for impact, it would allow leagues, assuming you're working with your insurance and the officials, to do that.
No further questions.
Are we ready for the vote? Please sign into the voting sheet with column number, Sean.
Please use column O to lodge your vote for this proposed modification to middle level high school 27. Proposed modification to middle level high school 27 has passed with a vote of 43 to 10.
Going back to number 25, Scott Chamberlain, you had posed a possible modification. We want to just check and make sure that the approved modification previously, does that address the concern that your group had and the possible modification your group had?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anything further with amendment 26, 28, or 29?
Comment on number 29, how will tracking remain consistent if schools are responsible for managing it?
Is John Yellum available? Could you help answer that one, please? Explaining how you do that.
Yeah, the way I tracked it this year as commissioner of our league was that way. I controlled it through a Google Doc. Yeah, I mean, it just allowing everybody to have access to it. It was pretty consistent throughout the season and what we piloted within our school district this year.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing and seeing no other comments. We are now going to look at amendments number 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Amendment number 30. 44.3.0 would allow softball teams to play in 1 2-day tournament or 2 1-day tournaments and count each tournament day as one of their 20 regular season contests. Presenter Nick Hazelton, Athletic Director, DeSales High School. I need a motion and a second to bring that to the floor.
A motion from Alan Vermeer and a second by Paul Cotsman.
All right, thank you. So the proposed amendment for softball really just looks to do a number of things to scheduling, add game flexibility, add more competitive gameplay, make something that is similar to what we see at state competition. And what we see at state competition is anywhere from 5 to 6 games at some point on a weekend. And you just can't do that right now with the current scheduling model. So we looked at, what could we do to make that happen, and just trying to mirror something similar to what volleyball already has in place. Volleyball has the 16-2 model, and any of you take advantage of the one-day volleyball tournaments, I think it allows just that competitive flexibility with scheduling and trying to get that tournament gameplay model that you just can't see anywhere else throughout your season. So just trying to adapt that to softball. Went with the 18-2 model with either the 2 one-day tournaments or the 1 kind of 2-day weekend tournament to make that happen. Similar to volleyball, you don't really have the injury risk of playing more competition. I think in a lot of ways, it probably prepares athletes more for what's to come later in the season when they are going to face more of that postseason grind of playing more games, having already done so earlier in the season. So simply put, tried to mirror what volleyball is already doing very successfully with the softball format of trying to go to an 18-2.
All right, thank you, Nick. We have a comment in the chat from Shane Nixon. Are we not looking at the most recent proposed audio modification? Nick?
I'm not sure if that question was for me or for something previous.
Yeah, there's no modification.
Shane, can you clarify your question, please? Yeah, the last one in the chat was the most recent, so that answers your question.
There's a question from Tom DeWill. Is there a daily limit annually?
Yeah, I would think it would just model what the daily limit is currently. And if that's an area that needs to be looked at deeper, I think that's one area that you could look at for potential to the rule. I believe right now teams are allowed up to 4 games daily. I could be mistaken on that, might be 3, but it would just be the same daily limit that we currently have in place.
The current daily limit is 4.
Yeah, so the rule currently as it sits would not have a specific daily limit other than was already in place at 4.
Any other comments?
Looks like we get one in the what's in the chat.
It's a new one.
Shane, to answer your question, yes, that was voted on. We reposted that in there to make sure that Scott Chamberlain's proposal was addressed with what was voted on there. So yes, that was voted on.
Yep. And you look 31.
I believe we're done with 30. Moving on to high school number 31, 43.4.1 would allow an on-deck fast pitch or slow pitch batter to warm up on either batting circle. Presenters, Jason Thurston, Athletic Director, Juanita High School. I need a motion and a second to get this on the floor.
Got a motion from Mark DeYoung and a second from Alec Vermeer.
Thank you. Jason, you have 2 minutes on Amendment
Yeah.
31.
Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. Thank you all very much. This was one that's kind of come forward from our league. We actually had this rule in place predating my 8 years in Kinko now, and learned last year that was something that we needed to make sure we clarified. We learned that from our officials association, kind of similar to the sub-varsity one from a couple of minutes ago. But we applied for a waiver last year. We're granted so that we could bring this amendment forward. But the idea behind it is just to allow kids to warm up behind the batter, just to reduce that risk of being hit by a foul ball with such a quick turnaround. There are 3 major governing bodies for softball, and one of those already does allow this. The NFHS doesn't have that in their rules. So this is just bringing that forward. I think the only concern would be, warming up in front of the opposing team's cage. But we've not had any issues in Kinko with that over the years because the coaches are right in there, the kids are out on the field. But beyond that, didn't really see much of a concern to implement this.
Looks like we have a question in there. Is there any consideration to add baseball to this amendment?
Yeah, Lacey, that's a great question. I've seen that, at each one of the levels. We were just doing this because this is what we had in Kinko, to just have it as a softball rule. But if this group wanted to discuss making that as also a baseball thing, certainly that's something Winter Coalition could do.
All right, thank you, Jason. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, seeing none, we're going to move on to high school number 32, 43.4.1. Fast pitch games would end of the losing team is behind by 15 runs after 3 innings or behind by 10 or more runs after 5 innings. Presenter, Matt Cook, Athletic Director of the Center High School. I need a motion and a second for the floor.
Motion from Alec Vermeer and a second from Kevin Owen.
Looks like there was a question in there by Kevin.
He's just responding back.
Matt, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, sir. A few years ago, 2 years ago, we found out, well, our league, actually most of District 4 already had this in place in our league SOPs. Found out we were in violation and thus had to submit a self-report, but it's just to prevent the big lopsided scores in softball that can happen quite a bit in our area, we've found. So as a league, we just thought we'd put this forward and see if we can't make it happen.
Any questions for amendment number 32? Put them in the chat. Hearing none, seeing none. Moving on to high school amendment number 33, 47.2.0. Volleyball jamboree limit would be set at 3 sets. Paul Manfred, Executive Board. I need a motion and a second to get this on the floor.
And a motion from Kyle Russell, a second from Kevin Owen.
Thank you, everyone. The context amendment, really the spirit behind our jamboree limits our attempt to mimic at least or at the most half of one of our regular season contests. Volleyball is the anomaly in our rule book. It currently allows for 6 sets, which is on nearly an entire game. And so what this amendment would do is bring volleyball in line with the rest of our sports. So teams could play the equivalent of 3 sets, and they can set the maximum number of points. So this would essentially be the equivalent of 1/2 of a regular season contest. Any questions? All right.
Hearing none, seeing none. Moving on to high school amendment number 34. 48.4.0 would increase the individual wrestling match limit from 45 to 51. Presenter, Kevin Owen, Athletic Director, Cedro Woolley High School. I need a motion and a second to get this on the floor.
We got a motion from Matt Cook and a second from Kyle Dodge.
Kevin, you have 2 minutes on the floor.
I probably only need 20 seconds. This is the rule, the new rule that had taken place earlier, which was the 6 matches per day was created. But total contest limits weren't raised. So this eligible date stays the same, so we don't have a problem in terms of the financial negative impact of this. This is just to raise the contest from 45 to 51 to accommodate for the new six match rule, because then athletic directors don't have to be as focused on some of their new coaches comparatively when we raise this up. If we don't raise this up, there's a chance that some of you could be in violation with your programs.
Any other questions or comments on number 34? Hearing none, seeing none. Middle level, number 35 amendment, 48.65.0 would allow a middle school wrestling tournament with a six match limit in a single day tournament once during the season. A 1 day tournament once during the season. Dave Pearson, athletic director of Ranger High School. I need a motion and a second to get this on the floor. And a motion from Alan Vermeer. Second from Kevin Owen. Thank you, Dave. You have 2 minutes on the floor.
All righty. Again, this is just to allow, currently middle school is allowed 4 matches in a week. And this would allow one time during the season to have a 1 day tournament that they could do 6 matches in a week or in a day. And that's just so we can have bigger brackets. Our Mid-Valley League and Gold League have been doing this as an experiment. And again, it allows for instead of an 8-person bracket to a 16-person bracket. And it's made the postseason tournament or the culminating tournament run much smoother. So we're just asking for this to be approved moving forward.
Any comments in the chat? Hearing none, seeing none, I'm going to turn the table over to Mick Hoffman.
All right, one point of clarification, the question came up, Jolani, if, before they go to breakouts to speak about the on-deck batter question, would adding baseball fundamentally change that amendment?
I would say yes, Mick.
Okay. Okay, so for clarification, it would change it, so you can save some time discussing that. The other one is we've gotten some text messages and emails during this session, asking about going to 15-minute breakout. Is there anyone opposed to going to 15 minutes, thinking that that'll be enough time for the context of these amendments? We don't want to short it, but if it is better for all of you based on your time of day and your duties after school, we can adjust. So anybody opposed to 15 minutes? Pat Russell, I'm assuming that's a support. Paul Kaufman, we don't need everybody voting. Okay, we'll do 15 minutes. Thank you.
See you back here at 2:38. Welcome back, everybody. Do we have any proposed modifications for item number 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35?
It will still be coming back. Give it 1 second.
I had one in the chat for 32.
Thank you. And Shane Nixon, looks like we have something in there for middle level wrestling tournament. Sweet, that would be 35.
Everyone should be back now.
All right, so there is a question. There's a question for number 32, game ending procedures, 12 runs after 4 full innings. So Brian, is that a request for a modification or a modification?
Yeah, that's a modification that you would add the 4th inning, 12 after 4. So you'd have 15 after 3, 12 after 4, and 10 after 5.
Joel, do you agree that that would be acceptable and not change the intent?
I do.
Matt Cook, any comments to that?
No, I don't disagree. I just think there needs to be another level before the 10 after 5.
We need a motion. Do we have a motion?
We have
Need
a
second.
motion, we need a second.
Do we have a second?
We have a second for number 32, Ryan Strelewski's modification, game ending procedures, 12 runs after 4. We have a second from Alan Vermeer.
Any other comments? Then let's go ahead and vote on that. High school. Amendment number 32. Sean will get that voting sheet up. What column are we looking at, Sean?
Please use column P to vote on this proposed modification to add a range of 12 runs after 4 innings to high school amendment number 32, column P.
Scott, Cindy can answer your question.
They cannot continue to play the games if the point differential is reached, yes.
Even if coaches agree, correct?
Even if coaches agree. If they continue to play, it would count as a second game and the officials would not be there. So that would most likely be a double rule violation.
Boo.
The approved modification to high school amendment 32, adding 12 runs after 4 innings language, is passed by a vote of 25 to 10.
Can you pull the chat down? Or up? Does Eric have a question?
Eric, are you still interested in pursuing your proposal?
No, he just answered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that,
Who brought this forward? Matt? Matt, is there a reason this is a high school only?
No. Sorry, we don't have middle level. I didn't think about the middle levels because we don't have middle level softball. Nobody on the District 4 does.
Okay, so Scott has an opportunity for an amendment next year.
all right, we did have a question around the middle level amendment, for wrestling. So the question came from Shane Nixon. Is the amendment meant to limit that week to six individual matches, that is? So in that week, would schools not be allowed a duel or exhibition that would potentially exceed six? So Dave, the question would be, is the intent of your proposal or your amendment to allow for 10 matches individually? Or would it be limited to no more than 6 in that week?
Sorry, I missed the question.
So the question in the chat was from Shane Nixon regarding basically the individual match limit. So is the amendment meant to limit that week to 6 matches individually? So in that week, would schools not be allowed to have a duel or exhibition that would potentially exceed the 6? Or is your intent that the tournament allows for 6 individual matches on top of the 4 individual already allowed by having you'd have to have a quarter of
6 for the week is our intent. So currently, right now, it's 4 for a week. So if you have a culminating tournament, you can't have another match that week, or it's 2 and 2. So our intent is we would have no other matches that week and 6 for the tournament.
6 for the week. So then your intent would be 6 for the week.
Correct. But just that one time, it has to be in a tournament. You couldn't schedule 3 matches, 3 duels, or whatever, and have 6 in a week.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Keep going down. All right, Ryan Poborski, you want to propose a modification to number 31.
Yes, so sorry, I think we were still in our room when it all started. Yeah, is there a way we can add middle level to that as well? I mean, being a safety thing and all, is that possible?
Joel?
I think that would work.
Okay, then I move that we add this to middle level as well as high school level for Amendment 31.
Is there a second?
There is a second by Alan Weir.
Any questions?
Any other comments? Then hearing none, we're gonna go ahead and vote on that for high school and middle level, number 31.
So adding the middle, does that mean it's only a middle vote?
Middle level. So we're adding the middle level vote with the high school on amendment number 31 with approval. Please cast your vote when Sean gets our voting document up here. Just a second. You scroll down.
We're giving them way too much credit to even for the having it today. They don't care. They've made it pretty clear that they think that anyone who reports ICE or watches ICE or protests ICE.
Jolani, we have a question for clarification, please. With this adding middle level to it, is it just middle level voting or does high school vote as well, since it was originally a high school amendment proposal?
Is the is 43.0.0 high school fast pitch and slow pitch softball? Is there a different section in the handbook for middle school?
Yes.
So does that change the? It's not 43.0.0 anymore then? You know what I mean?
We're checking.
And 43.4.1.4 middle level already has the same opportunity to end a game. It does not currently have that as a rule modification. But there are other NFHS rule modifications in the middle level softball section.
I was looking at Amendment 31. Am I on the wrong one?
Now, this rule would be a waiver or a modification of the NFHS softball rules, which many of the same ones that are in high school softball are also included in middle level softball.
And is this one of those?
No, because they're adding it. This is a brand new one.
Okay. So before they do on deck is currently middle and which is correct.
Correct.
Okay, which is middle school and high school.
Correct.
Cindy-
Okay, so clarification, what
Cindy.
we're hearing is there's an on deck rule in the high school NFHS book, which is currently used at the middle school for on deck. The amendment was brought forward for high school. The question is, can it be modified to include middle school in that same rule?
So the book reads in 43.66.0 additional NFHS softball rules. That is under the middle level section. And it says same as listed for high school softball, which refers then up to the NFHS rule exceptions in 43.4.1. So as this one gets added, just by the language of the handbook, it's automatically added for middle level, the way I look at the book.
Yeah, yeah, the question is, it was brought forward as high school, so. Does that, because of the way it's set up in our handbook, does that imply automatically that it's good for middle school? That's what we want Joel to be able to.
And that's what I'm saying, the way the handbook is written, if it goes in that section of the handbook, it is automatically added for middle level. Because the book calls out something specific to middle level that is not for high school.
So
But right now, Jeff, the amendment is high school only.
I understand that that's what it says,
Yeah.
high school only. That's not the way our book is set up. So putting it in 43.4.1 would actually not actually do what it says right now. It would actually add it for high school and middle school, not just for high school. If that's what we're talking about.
So really, what we should probably do, like de facto, it's gonna be a middle school rule as well, right? Is what you're saying, Jeff? Whether we.
That's what it looks like to me, looking at the book.
So if I would draw the.
Joel, I see you nodding, is that accurate?
It makes sense, and so you may want to pull the amendment.
Okay. I withdraw the amendment. And we probably should be adding the middle school voters on this one if it does affect both of them then. Is that correct, Joel?
Do we have it? I lost track here. Did we have a motion
sorry.
and a second on the amendment?
Yes.
You did.
You're gonna have to vote on it then, and because it doesn't belong to Ryan anymore. It belongs to the group.
Okay.
So then both high school, middle school need to vote.
Both high school and middle school will vote on the voting sheet that Sean has placed in the chat under column.
I need a second here.
Okay, he's gonna get that ready.
So we want to uncheck Q, right? Look at me extending this into the afternoon. Sorry about that, everybody.
Is that what we're doing, is unchecking Q, or are we?
We're working on that right now.
Please use column Q to register your vote on whether or not to withdraw middle level high school 31.
What?
No, it's wrong.
Not to
Oh,
withdraw.
that's wrong.
No, they're both.
Add.
Add that one.
Sorry, correction there, to add middle level, please use column Q for amendment 31.
I can't click into the spreadsheet because it's got anonymous walruses all over the place on my spreadsheet.
If you are not one of the 53 voting delegates, please get off the spreadsheet. Shane, you now have access to vote. Modification to add middle level to amendment number 31 is passed. Currently, right now, sitting at 38-15.
Thank you, Sean. Are there any other modifications to any amendments in this last session? 30, 33, 34.
Did we have 32? Scott Chamberlain, I think there was you and someone else as we're scanning the chat had commentary about amendment 32 being a middle level. Brian, Eric Stark.
I think it falls into that same category that was it Lowell that said that it falls under the same thing? If it's under the high school, then it's under the middle school because it's the same number, right?
Yeah, the only concern we have is if amendment, depending on, you know, they have the rule there, but if they propose it as high school only, we want to be clear that it's intended for middle level as well. So.
Scott's good with what happened.
Okay. Brian, Eric. Good.
I guess I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do something or not.
Brian, I mean, if you're wanting it to apply to middle level, similar to what we just did, you would need to make a vote or a modification to add this at middle level.
And I'm not sure if the middle level wants to add that or not. I'd take somebody else's opinion on that.
So for process, we're gonna need a motion and then seek a second, and then we have discussion and a vote to decide if middle level wants to do that or not. Does that make sense, Ryan?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll make the motion. Yeah, it looks like Lauren made the motion. I'll second.
Lauren, McDaniel, we have a second. See.
We have a motion and a second. Let's have some discussion.
Kevin Owen.
The only discussion I'd see is middle level is developmental, and this would take opportunities away from kids at that developmental level.
However, in middle school, we're going to time out with the duration of a game if the scores are like this.
And we do it in soccer right now.
Ready for the vote? Okay, let's call for the vote. For middle level and high school level. Go ahead.
Please use column R to register your vote for middle level, high school, and middle level to amendment number 32. Right now, at this time, it looks like middle level, high school amendment number 32, the proposed modification to add middle level is going to pass, currently with a vote of 39-14.
Thank you for that information, Sean. Is there anything else in this section that we need to discuss? Place that in the chat. With that being said, by January 30th, Friday, all of our updates will be posted from the WIAA on our information today. We want to give a shout out to our moderators and our note takers. Please get those notes to Cindy Adsett. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Vic.
Yeah, before Paul closes, just want to thank everybody. Joel Lunny, thank you very much for being here as a parliamentarian. It's definitely a benefit and a necessary need. For those of you who don't know Joel, he was a longtime superintendent in the state of Washington and the executive director of the Superintendents Association. So we have spent quite a bit of time. Joel's given us an incredible amount of time the last few weeks preparing, making sure we would be in compliance with Robert Rules of Order in our own handbook. So Joel, thank you for all that and making the time today to be here. In addition, I want to thank Dwayne for leading this meeting and Paul for his work on this, and our district directors and everyone else who led those committees and our staff. But most of all, I want to thank all of you who involved in this process. This is a really long day. There are phenomenal questions, critical questions, very creative thinking to get to this point and to be able to work through this process. The rulemaking association is incredibly important, probably the most important thing we do through the entire year. So the amendments are now set, and you'll have the rest of the time to prepare your votes coming out of your leagues and districts. And finally, I'd just personally like to thank Cindy Adsett, who leads this out of our office. So thank you.
All right, I'd like to echo the gratitude from Mick, and I don't want to hold you up any longer. So with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you, Paul.
Appreciate it. I hope you guys have a good day.